For the record, Councilmember Fimbres is attending this meeting electronically. Study session will stand in session. Items 1 through 6 are executive sessions and direction to staff. Items 1, 3, and 5 are executive sessions. Ms. Clerk.
Item 1 is noticed as an executive session, Webner versus City of Tucson, Pima County Superior Court, case number C 2023-0416, and is being held pursuant to ARS Section 38-43103A3 and A4. Second executive session is noticed as item 3, Tucson Electric Power Company's application to the Arizona Corporation Commission, ACC, for a certificate of environmental compatibility for the Midtown Reliability Project, ACC docket number L 00000C 24-0118000232, and is being held pursuant to Section 38-43103A3. The third executive session is noticed as item 5, proposed amendments to the license agreement between the City of Tucson, the Rio Nuevo Multipurpose Facilities District, and ICE Arizona AHL Company LLC, doing business as the Tucson Roadrunners, and is being held pursuant to ARS Section 38-43103A3 and A4.
May I have a motion to go into executive session, please?
So moved.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. Righty. Hopefully we'll be done in an hour. Back out of executive.
So moved.
Return to study session.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. What is the council's pleasure for item 2?
Honorable Mayor, for this matter, which is the Webner versus City of Tucson, I'd ask for a motion that the mayor and council direct the city attorney to proceed as discussed in executive session and to settle this personal injury lawsuit for the amount of $200,000.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this motion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. What is the council's pleasure for item 4?
Honorable Mayor, with respect to the TEP CEC application, I'd ask for a motion that the mayor and council direct the city manager and city attorney to proceed as discussed in executive session, including taking any actions that are necessary and appropriate to have the city participate in these proceedings as a party, and to assert and defend our authority to apply our lawful local regulations and requirements, including our undergrounding requirements.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
There's a motion. There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this motion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. What is the council's pleasure for item 6?
Yes, Mayor. I move that the mayor and council authorize and direct the city manager and city attorney to proceed as discussed in executive session and to prepare an amended license agreement with the Roadrunners that includes the following terms. Roadrunner operations, staff, and players shall remain based in Tucson. The Roadrunners will play a minimum of 30 games per year in Tucson. The Roadrunners will be able to play up to 6 regular season games per year in Tempe. The Roadrunners lease with the City of Tucson for use of the TCC Arena shall be extended by 1 additional year for 3 years total, with additional annual renewals available. In short, the
Second.
Roadrunners will call Tucson home through at least the 2026-2027 AHL season.
Second.
So there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this motion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any against? Motion carries. Thank you so much, Mr. Rankin. Thank you, council colleagues. We move on to item 7. Time has been set aside for a discussion of the final budget for fiscal years 2024-2025. I just want to personally thank City Manager Ortega and everyone on the executive leadership team for their collaborative approach and dedication for us to be able to reach a balanced budget while ensuring that we remain on a path of financial stability and strategic growth despite facing significant challenges in the future. I really appreciate, Mr. Manager, I know that this was your last budget with, as the city manager of the city of Tucson. Thank you for your dedication, for our financial stability. Thank you so much for listening and finding a way to accommodate the needs of each and every one of my colleagues and I. And I really also appreciate your modifications to reflect additional pay for our employees as we move forward. So I know that you leave happy with the work that you've done for the city of Tucson and the citizens of Tucson, and you also leave eternal gratitude on my end, and I know that my colleagues feel the same. So with that, it's your floor.
Thank you, Mayor, for those kind words. I very much appreciate it. But I will also suggest to you that as much as I appreciate those accolades, it was a team effort. And I remind you, sitting at this table 9 years ago when we faced a $30 to $40 million shortfall, and we were a little nervous back then, but it was really the leadership that you all demonstrated, Councilmember Ulick and Councilmember Cunningham, and you at that time, Councilmember Romero. But it was also the evolution with Councilmember Santa Cruz and Councilmember Dahl and Councilmember Nikki Lee, and I didn't mean to overlook Councilmember Fimbres as well. He was part of that original crew. But I think what's important there is that we did this together. It was not a city manager or even a staff driven. It was all of us working together and, quite frankly, challenging ourselves to think differently about a variety of things. But clearly, when you look at our financial position today, you can look back with a lot of pride as the city council today and realize that we are on a very good trajectory. The challenge, I think, is in the future. We've talked about that. I've made some suggestions. I've given you a roadmap. I've given Tim a roadmap and some suggestions. Probably the thing I'm the most proud of in that roadmap is the flexibility that's built in, which is keeping in mind that no one knows what the future holds, but our ability to react quickly is going to be the key, and that will be important not only for information that comes to you, but then your ability to react quickly, and hopefully that will be the case. So with today's presentation, what I'd like to do is give you just a synopsis of the final budget. Mayor, as you mentioned, this is my last budget. It's actually my last study session and my last council meeting with you. We have a $2.39 billion budget. It is a significant amount of money that comes through here. People don't realize the sizable investment that we make in the community on an annual basis. And you as the city council and the leadership for this organization and this community are charged with making sure that those investments are appropriate and make the biggest bang for the buck, makes the best investment and the impact on the community. Just a couple of pieces that I think are important and just a summary. The general fund is what gets a lot of attention, most of our attention. And by the way, we had told Angel to be here at 2:30 because we thought the executive session would be running a little late, so Mike talked a little faster than I expected. So thank you, Angel, for being here. But the general fund is what really gets a lot of attention because that is the money, if you will, that you are entrusted with to provide the specific city charter required services. Law enforcement, fire, roads, parks, those are specifically in that pot. So we have a lot of conversations around that. Unfortunately, this last year and going forward, some of the legislative decisions that were made have really impacted us very dramatically. And that really is hard and it stings because those are things that we don't control. It'd be one thing if the economy were not doing well and we were, it was, quote, outside of our control or anyone's control. But when you make conscious decisions as a legislative body like it happened up north, that impact us very directly. $27 million in this current fiscal year, adding to already difficult times that we have seen because of those decisions And then on top of that, some of the projections are lower than what we had expected and hoped for the 27 year. You know, when you start looking at a $40 million potential deficit in the future caused outside of this table, outside of this community, it really is disheartening. However, we don't have a choice, so we do the best we can, and we come up with ideas and we come up with strategies for addressing this. I will emphasize that the current budget that's in front of you is a balanced budget. I would also say to you it's structurally balanced. I think that it is important to recognize that and celebrate that, because it's important to live within our means. Always going forward, thinking about that long term and looking at what this can mean to us not only today but into the future. However, there's a little asterisk there, and that is that for us to be balanced, that means we do not have the resource to address all of the needs that we have within this community. I think as I mentioned to you during other study sessions, we had over $100 million in requests from the departments, all departments, including some of your areas. That, in order to fund that, think about that for a minute. We have $8 million to sprinkle into that. And so when you're faced with that scarcity of resource to address those needs, it really needs to be highlighted, because I think when we walk away and we think that well, we're good because we're balanced, that's awesome, but those needs are still great, and they're going to continue to be great. And so I encourage you to think about that as we go forward, revenue conversations and even expense conversations, and when we're talking to our elected officials up north, whether it be in Phoenix or even in DC. Those are needs that are not going to go away, and they're very real in some instances, affecting a lot of what we do. As I've done every year for the past 9 years, I want to give you a 5-year snapshot. I think it's important. I think you've now gotten used to this, and to some extent almost expect it. It's not all good news, but I will point out a couple of highlights for you. I think the 26 years still has me concerned. I think that the evolution of the conversations at the state legislature, and we know with some certainty what that revenue will look like, but that assumes kind of status quo. That assumes that there's no other legislation that's added to this. That assumes that the economy holds. So just keep your eye on the ball there. Now, I have encouraged you, and I've encouraged the staff to make sure that you're having regular check-ins on this, because I believe very strongly that you should have a better handle on this in terms of what that number looks like, what those future revenues look like, as well as expenses at the end of this calendar year. And so there's no magic there. That's just when the projections from the state come out. And so that'll give you a thumbnail sketch of what 26 will actually look like. I really and truly hope that I am wrong. I hope that you come back and say, you know what, the numbers are much better than we thought, and we're off to the races. If I'm not wrong, though, you have time. You have money in the bank. You have time by which to ramp down expenses and ramp down to make sure that you are balanced in 26. It does not have to be draconian cuts right out of the chute. And that's really a testament to your flexibility caused by your leadership, caused by those reserves. So keeping that in mind. On the good news side, I think if you look at the longer term, you can see that the projections, the curve starts to bend the other way. And you can see that in the 28 and 29 year, the curve is actually bending and starting to go back up. So it will meet. It may not meet in 29, it may be in 30, but you will see that we'll call it natural growth will continue in a way where you will be okay, if you will. It's going to be fine. But also keep in mind that without external sources of revenue, it's going to be hard to meet those unmet needs. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Anna Rosenberg, our CFO, to talk about some of the compensation scenarios that you had requested last time. Anna?
Thank you. Mayor and Council, as we have been having conversations and bringing forward to you the recommended and then tentative budget, we have been talking about how this budget has built into it dollars for additional employee compensation. Within the budget that is teed up for your approval tonight is a total of $10.8 million that could be allocated to employee compensation changes. And based on the conversation that we had during the last study session, we had prepared a number of different scenarios or possibilities regarding what to do with that compensation amount. So the memo includes a discussion of 5 different scenarios. The first 3 would allocate a portion of that amount. The last 2 would allocate all of it. There are descriptions of each of the scenarios included in the memo. I don't know if you'll be wanting to get into the details of some or all of them, but we are here available to answer any questions that you have about that. The next steps for the budget, tonight we have a public hearing on truth in taxation and the budget itself as tentatively adopted. And then you will, the plan is to go into the special regular meeting for you to consider adoption of the final budget. And we will be back at the next meeting with adoption, or consideration of adoption of the property tax levies. So that's short and quick. I know that you'll want to be having some discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anna. Thank you, Mr. Manager. Really appreciate you bringing the different scenarios that we requested the last time. Based on that conversation, I just wanted to reiterate to you all, to my colleagues and the public, that for the past 4 years, this mayor and council have been aggressive in making sure that our employees are receiving salary adjustments to keep them up to market. For many years, many of our employees had to work with us, this original crew that still remains at this table, that had to go through incredible pain to be able to find solutions for $30 million holes in our budget. But our employees were there for us. Our labor unions worked with us to find solutions, to share the pain throughout. And so many employees for a long time had been feeling those effects of not keeping up with salary. And so I feel that it is important having the budget in front of us that is a balanced budget, that is, there's money there for our employees, to show our employees that we are not going to go back to the days of not seeing any progressive movement in their salaries. So I know that one of the options in front of us would be to add just a flat $1,040 to the base salary of our employees. And I know that your advice and your experience with that particular approach is, I know that you don't recommend that because of the possibility of creating much more compression. And I understand that, you know, I see it as a equitable way of adding certain more percentages to those that make less. But I also understand the compression issues, and that every employee group that comes and speaks to me in my office is concerned about the compression issues as we move forward. So what I would like to ask my colleagues to consider and possibly make a motion on, if you all can consider making a motion on moving scenario 1, which would be adding a 1.5% base salary adjustment starting in July of this year.
So moved.
Second.
So there's a motion, a second. Any further discussion on the budget and on the motion? Councilmember Ulick.
Thank you, Mayor and Mr. Manager and Anna and team. I have been studying up, right, and catching up on all of the work that you all have been doing regarding compensation with our employees. And it really has been a very proactive number of years to make great progress on market competition, et cetera. And I do think that option one is best to make sure that no ground is lost with regard to that, or that unevenness or issues start popping up all over that would then need to be attended to with that same kind of intention. And I agree. I think that we ought to show our employees that we want to take action now to keep them whole while we tackle budget issues with them moving forward. So I'm pleased to support scenario number one.
Councilwoman Lee, and then
Thank you,
Vice
Mayor. I think we're probably all thinking, I wish we could do more. Things are getting so expensive, it's so hard to even try to keep up with inflation. I agree that scenario one feels the best to me because we are showing our employees that we want to keep moving that needle forward in a sustainable way, one that we can continue on versus a 3%. I do want to ask, I know it was either last year or the year before, when we continue to have the same COLA conversations year after year, I had asked about the development of some sort of a formula that would address decompression or preventing compression issues, that would address the equity piece, Mayor, like you said. If we give a percentage, then the people who make more bring home more than the people that make less. And maybe even something that with this structure, with a flat percentage, we have some people that are just nailing it out of the park and they're getting the same percentage increase as others who might not be. So if there's a way to come up with some sort of a predictable formula that we can use when we get to December and we have the opportunity to reevaluate what we want to do in the future, I think that would be really, really helpful. So we're not reinventing the wheel year after year, and we're able to give some predictability in what we would like to do in the future. But overall, the sooner we can get more money into people's pockets, the better. Just a super quick question it's more of HR payroll. Does this give them enough time to implement this in Workday and everyone can plan for this?
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Yes, we have had conversations with the team when we were asked for these scenarios. Formally, it was, come on, are we going to be able to make this happen? And they're confident that we could implement these scenarios beginning with the pay period that starts June 30th.
Awesome. That's all my questions, Mayor.
Mayor,
Ms.
if you don't
Ortega.
mind, I wanted to just touch base a little bit on what Councilmember Lee mentioned. I think it's important. There's a couple of components to it. So you talk about two things. One is a system where equitable conversations can happen around compensation, particularly at the lower end. I think that's a fine idea, and I think that's important for us to strive for. The key piece to that is there enough money to keep the compression from occurring? So it doesn't mean it has to happen linearly, but there has to be enough if we move the lower paid employees up to keep the others, commensurate with that. It doesn't have to be the same percentage, but there needs to be some recognition of that. The second part of that is the pay for performance, which I think is a function of the entirety of our system, and making sure that we have the metrics in place across all functions. And some are much easier to identify and put quantitative numbers or quantitative amounts to, but others are very difficult. And so I just throw that out to you as something that I definitely think is something we should strive for, because that is, in my opinion, the way that we can address some of the issues that you mentioned, Councilmember. That's all. I just wanted to make sure.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to be supporting the adoption of Mike Ortega's last city budget, unless something extraordinarily happens during the public hearing and we learn that money is no longer good. I'm not exactly sure what. And I also support this compensation scenario number one. It makes sense to me. I want to point out that I've had some frustrations. It's been great to have the long period of time to deal with elements of the budget, but there were some elements that had the last minute information that made me feel like a rubber stamp, and that was asking to vote for committee recommendations that I didn't have enough time to understand how we got there or to have any input on how we got there. So P-CHIP and economic development grants, the list came up with some priorities that didn't reflect what we feel in Ward 3. But I'm hopeful that we have some time to work out those bugs going forward in the future, and we can start the conversations on those in particular earlier. But, Mayor, you said it, but I want to emphasize it. This takes an incredible, extraordinary amount of work and talent and thinking. And Mike and your team, all of you have done extraordinary work for the city, and I'm very grateful and thankful.
Councilmember Santa Cruz?
I appreciated Councilmember Lee's comments because I had, similar kind of questions and thoughts. But just to kind of go off of that, can we make sure that as we're talking about a budget shortfall, that we don't kind of park, the compression piece, that's something that staff continues to work on so that we continue to have metrics and a plan for how we implement that moving forward? Because that's what I'm afraid of, that we're all going to go into like counting every nickel and dime and not continuing to think more long-term. And with that, I remember city manager, anytime I talked about something I cared about, he would say that I was very passionate. So then I started telling him he was very passionate about the city budget, but that I really have appreciated being able to look at this budget and look at it in 5-year chunks. It really helps us understand kind of where we're at and where we're going. So thank you for implementing that into our frameworks, and I hope we can just continue to do that moving forward. Thank you.
Any others? I'm not seeing Councilmember Fimbres, so let's go to Councilmember Cunningham, and then if Councilmember Fimbres is available or wants to speak, I'll go to him after.
So, Mike, congratulations. This last budget is definitely above average, better than adequate. We still have to come up with. It's probably going to look like with the 1.5%, we're going to have to come up with $10 million a year over the next 3 years as an average, as an aggregate. But we can get it through either revenue or cost avoidance, or a mixture of both probably. But that's actually really doable. That's actually very possible. And it's very comforting to know that with this budget we passed today, we will not be we shouldn't be. I mean, there's anything can happen, and I don't want to jinx it, but we're probably not going to be talking about layoffs and furloughs as things get lean for a lot of different jurisdictions around the state. The other thing we can be confident of is that if there are some shifts in some of the state revenue sharing policy that was pretty draconian for us in this last year, we'll have another windfall, which will be pretty outstanding. So congratulations to the team on bringing out a good budget. We're providing significant different services around the city that other cities aren't. Moreover, we've set ourselves apart in that we have improved our service delivery over the last 3 years. Finally, congratulations to the group on the management of the prop money. That prop money in parks and roads and in public safety has gone a long, long, long way. Finally, congrats to the mayor's office, who's brought in a significant amount of federal money for our social service efforts. And again, that's why we're being able to do all these things that a lot of cities aren't. Our biggest challenge right now, quite frankly, is to, we have different groups that are partners, Pima County, RTA, TUSD, and the state. And sometimes our needs will align with one of them, but I have yet to see a scenario where the needs of us seem to align all 5 at the same time. And we've got to get to that point. That's kind of my dream, is that there's an issue where all 5 of those partners have the same goal and they're not getting in each other's way. And it doesn't happen as much as it should. So that's kind of what we probably need to work on next year. And if we can, maybe that's where we'll experience some of those increases in revenue and cost avoidance that we're looking for.
Councilmember Fimbres, did you want to add anything?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to thank everybody for coming up with this budget. Good budget. Mike, it's your last one, but I really appreciate your efforts. Madam Mayor, I'm going to support this initiative.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. Mr. Ortega.
Mayor, thank you. I just wanted to point out, Councilmember Cunningham, assuming that the motion that's on the floor passes, that's an ongoing cost of about $5.4 million. So I think that is doable going forward, and that would have to be absorbed in the 26 year. It's built in already in our projections. I assume there would be some expectation there. So I don't think that your shortfall will get bigger because of that. I just want to make sure you're clear. I don't want you to think that
No,
you're going to have.
That's what I
dollars.
was saying. It was the
I
gap is
anticipated.
closed.
Yeah,
That's
'cause
what
I anticipated that you might do something like that.
But the ongoing cost is closer to 5.4 million ongoing. I really appreciate the incredible work. I absolutely enjoy us having this item on the agenda for the time that we have had it, because we can iron out some issues and get to a good place for all of us. I want to reiterate something that you said, Mr. Ortega, which is our economy is doing very well. And it is not because of the work that we do here at this table, including the city manager and his team and the mayor and council, that we are seeing budget deficits. It is squarely the responsibility of the state legislature that chose to pass a flat tax that we are seeing next year more than $24 million in deficit. Let's just make that very clear. And what that means, the $24 million, what that means in services to our community when it comes to providing police and fire services, being able to invest that money back into our parks, invest that money back into our roads, that is squarely on the shoulders of the decisions that are being done at the state legislature, giving corporations and others that can afford it tax breaks. And when people over at the state legislature are saying that they're cutting taxes, what they're actually doing is cutting services that are needed in cities like Tucson and other towns throughout our state. So what happens, we, the city of Tucson and other towns throughout the state, are picking up the budget deficits that the state legislature is doing. And we have to come up with solutions for the celebration on cutting taxes that is happening up in the state ledge. That is irresponsible, and that is absolutely affecting what we can pay our employees, including police officers and firefighters, and the services that we can provide our community, including road repair. So although we are in a good place, and we all agree that we have a good budget, this is not over, and we should be putting the responsibility of those that are creating this hole where they belong, which is the state legislature. Saying that, we are taking strong action to work on the services and the infrastructure and treating our employees with fairness as we move forward to keep them in track as much as we possibly can with market pay. So thank you, Mr. Manager, for everything that you've done for us the last, not just this year in our budget, but the last 9 years to create financial stability in our city. We really appreciate it. With that, we have a motion, a second on the floor. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. All righty, thank you so much. We move on to, see what's next. Item number 8, time has been set aside for discussion and consideration of the disputes submitted in response to the Human Resources Director's fiscal year 2025 recommended compensation plan. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the opportunity for the HR Director, in this case, it's our interim HR Director, to report to you. This item is on the agenda for this evening. It is on the consent agenda. I believe it's item H. Will be on the for consideration this evening. So today's just this afternoon is just an opportunity for Anna to give you a quick update. Anna.
Thank you, City Manager. Mayor and Council, this is a pretty brief conversation. We discussed all of these disputes with you at the last session, but wanted to just let you know on the progress that we've made. We have been able to complete the work for dispute number 5. The individual that filed a dispute over the management coordinator position, that is now resolved. And we are continuing to track on the other dispute resolutions that were underway, dispute 1, 2, and 3, as well as number 8. So we're making progress on the disputes that we were job evaluations, or reclassifications in progress. And again, the disputes that were filed by our labor groups have received a written response from us. All of the disputes have received a written response from us. So with that, as the city manager indicated, tonight during the regular session as a part of your consent calendar is the consideration of adoption of this fiscal 25 annual compensation plan. And again, the effective date of the plan is June 30th, 2024. Thank you.
Any questions or comments on this item? Thank you so much, Ms. Rosenberry.
Yep, thanks.
All righty, we move on to item number 9. Mayor and Council will receive an overview of the Comprehensive Operational Analysis, or COA, for regional transit purposes. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Sam and James will give an update on the COA. And I think this is a conversation we've had before, but this is an update, and this is an opportunity for that operational analysis conversation. Sam?
All right, thank you, Mr. Manager, and good afternoon, Mayor and members of the council. Joining me today is James Castaneda, Special Project Manager with the City Manager's Office, and also Project Manager for the Transit Comprehensive Operational Analysis, or COA. We just handed out a handout of this presentation that we'll go through rather briefly, although as the title indicates, it's rather comprehensive, so we'll try to be brief and have time for questions. So I'd first like to begin with just a little bit of background. Transit agencies typically perform COAs every 5 to 10 years. Our last COA was completed in January of 2014, so just over 10 years ago. The current COA began way back in October of 2022. And the goal of this COA is to evaluate the efficiency, effectiveness, and equity of SunTrans, SunLink, Sun Shuttle, and Sun Express. Now, COAs typically result in service recommendations, which directly impact those who ride and use the system. And so the project team collectively conducted nearly 40 public outreach events, including pop-ups, town halls, listening sessions, and virtual meetings. We began with a framework that was rather straightforward. It was cost and resource neutral approach, but also looking at ways to optimize the network with the resources that we do have available. And with that framework in mind, along with the outreach that we received, or the input we received rather, during the initial phase of public engagement, well, we developed 5 guiding principles for the COA. And they are realign routes to key destinations, high frequency service on key corridors, improve services for underserved communities, extend service hours for all days of the week, and add frequency on weekends to connect people to jobs, shopping, and recreation. And again, the result of those guiding principles and the work that our team did is in great detail included in the material for today's item. But in summary, those results are as follows. The plan recommends that we reduce the number of transfers system-wide. It recommends a 52% increase in the total population with access to 15-minute or better service within a half-mile walk. It also recommends a 60% increase in the minority population and 41% increase in the low-income population with that same access. The plan also increases evening hours on 11 routes on the weekdays, 22 routes on Saturdays, and 19 routes on Sundays. and also recommends an increase in Saturday service by 7% and on Sundays by 18%. So all that being said, what are the next steps? Well, the recommendations in the report are implemented in one of two ways. The first being a minor service change, which represents a service change that has less than a 25% deviation in either revenue miles or revenue hours on a route-by-route basis. Those minor service changes can be done administratively. However, we are committed to doing additional public outreach so that way those directly affected know what those changes entail. The second way that the COA recommendations can be implemented is through a major service change, and that is described as outlined in the City of Tucson's Title VI policy, which this mayor and council approved back in 2022, represents a 25% or greater deviation in revenue miles or revenue hours on a route-by-route basis. And those service changes require additional public outreach, a public hearing, and ultimately approval by the mayor and council. And if you would indulge me for just a moment, I will provide an example of each of those type of service changes. The first is a realignment of the eastern end of Route 3. The deviation on Stella Road to Camino Seco and Escalante is recommended for elimination as part of the service recommendations. A portion of this will actually be picked up by another route, Route 37, and this service would continue to serve both Pima Community College campuses at the east and west end. Now, a major service change is an example is the one done to Route 2 in Pueblo Gardens and Route 29 on Valencia. And this realigns the endpoints from Laos Transit Center for both of those routes to the Banner University Medical Center South. Route 29 would pick up the section of Route 2 along Irvington Road, and we would also recommend the realignment of Route 29 to connect the Tucson Spectrum and PCC Desert Vista. Again, this sort of major service change would require outreach, a public hearing, and couldn't be initiated until mayor and council approved it. And lastly, I just want to talk a little bit about the additional considerations and lessons learned through this process. First, I'd like to start with transit centers. The project team did analyze the effectiveness of transit centers within the existing transit system. And some of the key findings were that the three major transit centers, Ronstadt, Laos, and Tohono, are all vital support facilities to the network. Mainly, some of the feedback we got is that they are in strategic locations, and they also provide layover amenities both to operators and passengers, such as bathrooms and drinking fountains. They're also highly utilized by the public. We also identified that there are several areas of infrastructure needs across the system. That includes improvement to our bus stops, including shade and landscaping, but also improvement to traffic signal locations that can provide a more safe and effective way for our buses to operate in the transit system. Also, public engagement. So the last time I came before mayor and council, we heard a lot of feedback from the public regarding the draft service plan. During our second round of public engagement, there were bold changes recommended that included the elimination or discontinuation of portions of routes 1, 3, and 5. And through that public outreach, we had an opportunity to learn that while those changes made sense from a system optimization perspective, it directed people very personally and in an impactful way. And so we went back, we pivoted, and came up with a new service plan that addressed those concerns. And so that was a lesson learned for us, that we have to make sure to keep in mind those who these changes could impact. Next, I just want to mention that the Tucson Rapid Transit Project is ongoing, and that was considered as part of this COA in terms of some of the service recommendations that are being proposed. There are a host of service recommendations on Stone Avenue, but we would not recommend implementing any of those until we're further along on the Bus Rapid Transit Project and have an understanding of how that will play into the transit system. Lastly, we received a lot of questions. Why was Sunvan not included in this COA? A paratransit COA is a standalone study and project by itself. I'm happy to report that with our transit management contractor, RATP Dev, we have kicked off a paratransit COA. We've concluded our first round of public outreach, are doing our data analysis, and as that project moves further along, I expect to bring back to Mayor and Council some recommendations that came out of that COA. So in wrapping up, we're not seeking any action today. This is merely an opportunity to present to you the findings of the final COA. I do want to note that these service recommendations were made in a data-driven method and community-informed. And many of these service recommendations are not going to be implemented overnight. They're going to take several years. In fact, some require the completion of other projects, such as the BRT or the 22nd Street Bridge project. Lastly, I just want to take a moment to acknowledge James Castaneda and his whole team at Suntran for the countless hours of outreach and work that went into this comprehensive operational analysis. I also want to mention that many hours of commitment to the public. I want to thank the public for their input and participation in this plan, because I truly believe it reflects the needs of our community for our transit system. With that, Mayor, we'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Carrillo. Really appreciate the work of Mr. Castañeda, all his staff. The public engagement piece is one of the most important ones we can do with COAs. And I love that you've added the lessons learned. I know that we had previous conversations about how transit centers were a form of transit use that was a little bit antiquated. So it's interesting for me to learn that they are very much a piece of the services that we provide as a community that are still working. I guess for me, my question is about how can we, if the transit centers are still a good idea to continue using in our community, how can we reactivate those centers to make sure that we are possibly using any land to add housing, affordable housing and density? How can we reuse those spaces as we move forward? And I know that there's similar questions that are coming from other of my colleagues, but any additional thought put to that?
Yes, Mayor, thank you for that question. So you're right, and we did take a really hard look at the transit centers. They are, in fact, some of these transit centers are legacy transit centers from routes that were developed many, many years ago. But as you mentioned, there could be an opportunity, and while I don't have all the answers, I do think that the intersection between public transit and housing is an important one. And there are likely grants that are out there. There's likely programs that we can partner to look for ways to have some sort of equitable transit-oriented development. I do expect later this year we will bring to you some policy recommendations related to our Norte-Sur planning policy study, and there are some strategies included in that. And then in the short term, just looking for ways that we can reactivate the transit centers and also look for federal grants to improve and invest in our transit centers for the time being, to make sure that they are a pleasant experience for our operators.
And then, related but not related, what is the current Suntran and our transit system ridership? Numbers, if you have any to share. Are they getting better and recovering from the pandemic? What can you share about that?
Thank you, Mayor, for that question. James saved the day here because he pulled up some ridership data. So I can give you an update on Suntran annual ridership by fiscal year. At the end of fiscal year 2023, we were at 14.6 million rides. We expect that to be at least the same or likely higher at the end of this fiscal year. And then for Sunlink ridership, at the end of that same fiscal year, we were at 1.6 million rides, almost 1.7 million rides. And then for Sunvan, we were just shy of 500,000 rides.
Compared to other years or previous years, those are growing numbers?
Yes, Mayor, I apologize, left that part out. Yes, so in looking at some of the ridership graphs, and we'd be happy to send these out after the council meeting so you have these at your fingertips, is that we are seeing a sharp incline in ridership from the bottoming out that we had during COVID. In fact, our systems are seeing ridership increase much faster than other systems across the country, and we know that Sunlink is experiencing historic ridership levels that we've never seen before.
Okay, because I've heard out and about that nobody rides our bus, so I just wanted to see some numbers. So any of my colleagues have any questions? Vice Mayor, and then Councilmember Ulick, and then Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Thank you. Congratulations on the outreach and response to the public engagement. We got a lot of complaints with the original on some specific routes, and the fact that you pivoted, that the plan pivoted, was wonderful. One question of clarification, the difference between below 25% and above 25%, minor, major, is on revenue hours and revenue miles. We don't have any revenue because they're fare-free.
Vice Mayor Dahl, so that is a term that's used for the service that is directly related to giving rides. So for example, when a bus leaves the garage and there's no rides being given, that's not considered a revenue hour or revenue mile. Those might be considered deadhead miles or deadhead hours. So it's a transit term that's related to the service being delivered.
Thanks for the explanation.
Councilmember Ulick and then Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Thank you, and thank you for this excellent data and report. Appreciate it very much. You mentioned that the changes that are recommended, that some would be nearer term, some may be out quite a number of years or be related to other system changes. Is there any way we can tease out or categorize these recommendations, even if it's near term, midterm, long term, just to let the public know? And forgive me if I missed that in the report, but I think that as people pay attention to this, they're going to wonder, when is my route going to change? Thoughts on that?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Ulick, thank you for that question. So included in the report, there is a phasing that we have suggested for the different routes that would be impacted. We would also want to coordinate heavily with Suntrans, so any changes you would see on the street would be in line with the Suntran operator bid schedules. So we want to make sure that as we're doing any of these proposed changes, that we would let the public know far in advance. I wouldn't anticipate any of these changes even happening this calendar year. Likely that would spill into calendar 2025. And also we would want to phase them so that we are maintaining that cost and resource neutral approach. So just being very thoughtful about how we're combining or how we're phasing those routes in tandem with each other throughout that process.
Thank you, and I apologize. Do you know which, maybe you could just write down here which slides show the phasing, because for some reason I'm not finding it. So thank you so much, though, and I think even that general sense is really helpful for us to be able to share. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Santa Cruz.
I'll piggyback from Councilmember Ulick. I think it's always helpful for us if there was like an infographic or something that we could share on our newsletters, or just have it like visually very accessible to understand how we're phasing in these changes. I wanted to thank Sam and James and all your staff for all your work on this plan. I, similarly to Vice Mayor Dahl, felt the same after that first round of outreach and input. I thought you had your work cut out for you, and I had no idea what you were going to come back to the table with. I feel very hopeful that we're moving, in a positive direction, and that we still have a lot of work, to do to continue to improve our transit system. I know that I still want a north-south route west of the freeway, because that's something that's lacking, the connection that's lacking for us on the west side. But that's, we'll keep doing that work, because I understand that none of this had extra funding, right? It had to stay within the budget that we have for transit. Just a couple of thoughts. I'm happy to see the frequency and span improvements, especially with the new routes with service until midnight. But we have 43% of riders who want more frequent service. And so I know that we're only able to limit that to certain routes. But we know that we've seen how free transit has reduced household transportation costs, has sped up boarding times, encouraged more people to use it. And that we know that the most successful transit programs are those that also prioritize improved service and frequency. So I think we need to continue having the conversations about having a dedicated funding for transit. I know, Mayor, we've been talking at the RTA and PAG about how important transit is. They don't seem to think that that's an important investment, but I think in spite of how those conversations kind of play out, I think we need to continue to explore a funding mechanism. So not only can we do fare-free transit, but we can do these service improvements that are needed and that are going to attract more of our community to use our public transportation system. I think, just going off of what you were saying, Mayor, on the transit centers opportunities, I don't know how we start that. Do we have to later have a study session item to discuss that and start exploring ways that we can, this older infrastructure that we have that's part of our transit system, can we, just reimagine it to meet the needs that we have right now? That's not just transit, but it is also housing, could also be a hub for some of our small businesses, just the ways to activate it. I know when I've talked to Sam, I say that maybe Tohono Tarai should be at the mall, the transit center should be at the mall, and that's where the stop should be, because you want places where people are at, So just, things to consider. I don't know, Mayor, maybe we bring that back as a study session item, just so that we don't lose track of it. But just, thank you. I know we also have work on the shelters, the bus shelters. Maybe this doesn't quite address that, but I think it's another important piece in our transit system that we got to keep moving on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any others? Councilmember Cunningham?
So I'm really anxious to see about the COA for Sundan. That's probably going to have a bigger impact on how we frame this overall discussion for transit with me. That being said, we've got a couple adjustments in Ward 2. I'm actually on board with both of them. I think that the 1 and 34 swap probably makes a lot of sense. It looks like we're going to be able to optimize some efficiency there. So I just want to make sure we've got the right feedback. I'm pretty sure most of the stakeholders in that area are pretty much on board. We got some information from our office, so we were happy with that. Also, the split on Wilmot never made sense to me down 8 anyway, so that's fine. We still have the 5th Street route going right at Wilmot, so that's going to cover it anyway. So that probably makes a lot of sense. We had two routes going on the same route. We had 2 routes going on the same street both ways. So I'm glad we figured that out. That's kind of been going on since I was in high school, and I would actually take that bus to school. So I'm glad we made those adjustments. Other than that, I think we're on the right track. I'm not sure about the 9 extension yet. We'll see kind of how it pans out. I think what we're going to find is that as we go farther and farther south on Kolb, we're going to see some of that ridership decrease in the summer months, and maybe we might want to think about how we can make that route seasonal, okay? Because from Memorial Day to Labor Day, nobody's using it, but that doesn't mean no one's using it all the time. It means it's because Santa Rita's not in, JTED's not in, PCC East has very limited classes at that time. So those are some pieces we can probably look at. Other than that, I really appreciate the work. It looks like they did a really good job in understanding them and presenting them. We'll take some baby steps, and this is an ongoing thing. This isn't really every year. This isn't an every 5 years thing. This is a constant adjustment piece. I'd really like to see in our next piece, I'd like us to audit some of our stops. I've harped on this before, and it always gets convoluted with what I'm trying to say. And that is that we have this discussion about you have to be at least a quarter mile from each stop, which means that if you have a stop every half mile, you're technically a quarter mile from at least one stop. Well, I don't want to have a stop every half mile. I think that's too far apart. But there are places where we have, within a 1 mile area, we have like 5 stops. And that probably doesn't help our efficiency. And we have 2 stops that are 3 uncovered stops in a stretch of, say, 3,500 feet. Well, we could have 1 stop that's covered and nice and, has extra amenities and a little extra room. And that could probably be a better situation. I know that folks are worried about how far they got to walk, but once you get out there on a 5-stop mile, everything's, 300 yards or less apart, if that. So we probably have a much better opportunity to take a look at how we space that out. In a perfect world, if we have 3 stops between each intersection and a stop near and around each intersection, we're golden. But no one will ever have to walk more than 1,000 feet to a stop. And that's a good rule of thumb for us to have.
Thank you, Councilmember Cunningham. Any other comments, questions on this item? Without any, Mr. Carrillo, do you need any action from mayor and council for this?
No, Mayor, there's no action needed on this item today.
Alrighty, thank you so much, and I'll just give you the floor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor. So before we conclude this item, this is going to be my last chance to sit next to Mike at a study session table. I want to take a moment to just thank you, Mike, for all the time and attention you've given me both personally and professionally. Thank you for your time and service to the city of Tucson. I'm sad that this is our last chance sitting together, but I am happy for the next chapter of your life. So thank you again. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Sam. Thank you so much, Mr. Castañeda. Really appreciate the presentation. Wonderful outcome and product, and we look forward to additional work on your end. Mr. Carrillo, I would really like to know when would be most appropriate to have the conversation about our transit centers and any federal opportunities. When you said federal opportunities, my ears perked up so that we could align ourselves as a city to be able to build much more affordability and transit-oriented development. Very good. Thank you so much. Thank you for your kind words to our manager. Alrighty, so we move on to item 10. Item 10, time has been set aside for mayor and council to discuss the city's heat action roadmap and give direction to staff. And this is before our chief resilience officer starts. I just want to open up and introduce the item and just say how happy I am that we have in front of us a heat action roadmap because it really is our next step in implementing the Tucson Resilient Together, our climate action plan. In order to improve community resilience, the implementation of Tucson Resilient Together requires developing a comprehensive urban heat mitigation strategy and implementation plan. And that is what we have in front of us. We needed to make this plan help us be more efficient and really direct us to strategy, put together a strategy as to where we're going. And as much as we are working as a community, as a city, and even sometimes as a region to mitigate the effects of climate change, which we are seeing right now in front of us. Just this week, we will see whether that's over 105-degree heat. And so for me, bringing this item right now is really important because we will absolutely understand where we're going this summer and what we need to do as a community to protect our most vulnerable residents. As you all know, those hit first and worst by climate change, and a city that's getting hotter and harder are most vulnerable residents, seniors, children, low-income communities, those communities that are already living with illnesses that are exacerbated by heat. So we need to make sure that we are adapting as well, right? We're mitigating on one hand, and that we're adapting as a community, that we know what steps we need to take to adapt and to be prepared. We need to make sure that we're protecting water, wildlife, our beautiful desert, our people, and our economy. And so this particular heat action roadmap really takes us to where we need to be, and it's important to make sure that we implement it. So Tucson's heat risk is projected to increase. And last year alone, Pima County reported 173 heat-related deaths. 40 of those occurring indoors and 60% of those occurring outdoors. Each one of those deaths were highly preventable. And one of the reasons why we're hopefully going to approve the ordinance to protect workers within City of Tucson and those workers that are contracted through companies that work through Tucson is to make sure that we're taking simple approaches to protecting their lives. And so looking forward to the presentation. I really appreciate the expedited nature of the work that has been done to get us to today. Mr. Manager, if you'd like to open up the item, looking forward to the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. I think you really outlined the thoughts here. I mean, this is an opportunity for us to lead in this space, an area that is important, and not only important for our employees, but really important for the entirety of the community to set the example. With that, I'd like to turn it over to our Chief Resiliency Officer, Fatima Luna.
Thank you, Manager. Honorable Mayor, members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to present the heat action roadmap and also for your consideration for adoption. So the heat action roadmap, as you mentioned, Mayor, is an implementation step of Tucson Resilient Together. And to be specific, it's Action CR 2.1 in the community resilience category, which commits the city to creating a heat mitigation strategy and an implementation plan. And so the heat action roadmap was also highlighted in your recently adopted heat resolution a couple weeks ago. And so just to provide you with a high-level overview, the roadmap has 3 main goals, 10 strategies, and 61 actions that collectively aim to increase our extreme heat management and mitigation actions within the city so that we can increase our collective resilience as a community. And so the roadmap was developed with input from about 250 community members from across sectors, and it also incorporates best practices from other cities and also academia. And so the real kickoff of these roadmaps started in February, so 4 months ago, with the Southern Arizona Heat Planning Summit that the City of Tucson hosted in partnerships with the University of Arizona and the Pima County Health Department. And so at this summit, emergency managers, labor union representatives, like medical practitioners, workers, community members, nonprofit members, all participated and brought like different perspectives that shape these roadmaps. So essentially, that summit is the backbone of the roadmap. We also held did a follow-up of these summit with a stakeholder conversation in April where the preliminary results were presented and additional input was collected. We also partnered with the Commission on Climate, Energy, and Sustainability to collect input from the general community at a public event last month, so it's June, last month in May. And so additionally, we got a lot of input from like the climate action team, departments, mayor and council offices. We posted the strategies also in the Climate Action Hub, where we collected additional input from the community at large. And we received formal input from like the renowned heat expert, Professor Latkeet and his team. They evaluated the roadmap with using specific criteria to assess how plans incorporate resilience, heat resilience in communities. And all of these input, best practices directly inform the heat action roadmap. And we did not do this alone. I want to take a moment to recognize the mayor's office, Eric Garcia, the ward offices, the manager's office, Liz, the climate commission, the climate action team, like all the departments, and the multi-jurisdictional joint heat action team, and the many participants that provided input throughout the process. And finally, I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge the core team, Nicole Gillette, Stephen Addison, Leslie Ethan. They all supported greatly in doing research, providing the background, reviewing the document. But I especially want to recognize Karina Martinez, who is here in the audience. Karina is a PhD candidate at the University of Arizona and a heat emerging leader. Karina and I work for weeks, after hours, on weekends, holidays, to ensure that we have a roadmap that we are all proud of. So Mayor and Council, you provided policy direction to build heat resilience in our community. And this roadmap just does just that. So Mayor and Council, my ask today is that you consider adopting the City of Tucson's heat action roadmap, and that we include progress updates on the quarterly updates for Tucson Resilient together. So as you mentioned, Mayor, later this week, we will be hitting temperatures of up to 110 degrees, and this work cannot be more pertinent. This roadmap provides a strategic framework to manage and mitigate heat in our urban core. It outlines short-term solutions and builds capacity for long-term resilience. And it would set us in the right path to work across sectors to protect people and cool our city. And so with that, I am happy to answer any questions that you might have.
So any questions? Ms. Luna, do you need a motion to approve or to accept the roadmap?
Do we? Yes.
So may I have a motion to accept?
So
the
moved.
There's a motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second, and now we can have discussion and questions. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you and your office, and Fatima and your team for bringing forth this really timely item and for bringing it forth at the beginning of summer. I understand your urgency, and I know that you worked overtime because I got emails from you, and I appreciate that extra work because you're showing the same urgency that I feel in my gut, that this is an incredible health emergency. I also appreciate that you're doing this in collaboration with so many partners at the university, especially Pima County, and they're discussing a similar ordinance today. They may have already passed it. And they have the authority to deal with health issues even more so than us, and I think it makes sense for us to partner down the line. Thanks for involving the unions. I know that you had discussions with the unions and their input was brought into this. Frankly, this is a roadmap for what might have to be a superhighway at some point. It's an important first step, but it really is a first step, and it's something that I'm sure we'll all be paying attention to as the climate continues to heat up. Thank you again. Great work.
Any others? Councilmember Santa
I
Cruz.
can jump in. Also, great work, Mayor and Fatima, and the rest of the team for getting this together, especially as we're starting summer. I know that we're moving with the cooling centers and all that, and trying to just normalize the responsibility we all have as a community to keep each other safe. I was curious about the outdoor deaths. Was that mostly unsheltered people who were experiencing heat?
Yes, I do believe that is the case, and there's also a correlation with substance use.
I think I have some numbers that I was provided by the Pima County Public Health Department. Correlation between temperature and urgent care and emergency room visits are very high. The deaths disproportionately affected males, who accounted for about 78% of the deceased. So that's a little bit of the information I have, and 60% of those were outdoor deaths, many unsheltered, and many outside workers.
Yeah, and I'm curious if is there any information from the Pima County Health Department of if you see somebody in distress or what to do in those situations or how to help? Just wondering if we're also kind of taking that more
proactive approach?
Yeah, so we have been meeting almost weekly, I would say, with the county, in the health department. As part of the joint heat action team, we have subgroups for coordinating around like cooling centers, but also like a communication strategy, and that's part of it. We also have data on 911 heat-related calls and have mapped those. And so we're going to use that data approach this summer to distribute heat relief kits. And so those will be mainly for like the unsheltered folks, looking at where those numbers are high and making sure that we provide immediate relief to some. But as part of that communication campaign is informing people what the resources are, how they can find them, what's available to them, and also, and just essentially what the resources are and finding them.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions?
Mayor, in my
I say
hasty,
Councilmember Ortega. I'm not starting a rumor here.
I have a great council member, thank you. Mayor, I just, in my hastiness to respond to Fatima, the item is on the agenda for tonight. I think the conversation here is good. I think you could show support by voting on the motion, but just keep in mind the actual roadmap is on the agenda for tonight's item H. So I just wanted to point that out. Thank you, Mayor.
Alrighty, thank you, Mr. Ortega. Alrighty, we have a motion and a second. We can vote on it twice, right? We're very proud of it and what we're doing to move on this.
Let's do it 3 times.
Let's do it. So all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you so much, Ms. Luna, for your hard work and your climate action team to be able to get this to us in record time. And I personally want to thank my community engagement advisor, Eddie Garcia, for his work and diligence in being part of the conversations and making sure that we engaged our labor folk that work with or that represent individuals that work outside. So thank you all. Wonderfully done.
Thank you.
Alrighty. So we move on to item 11. Time has been set aside for the mayor and council to receive an update on state and national legislation and regional committees.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. This is the state and federal update. We have reached the 144th day of the legislative session in Arizona, but our work is not done yet up there. To date, the governor so far has signed 197 bills and vetoed 58. We're at the point where there's still a couple bills in motion and we're focused on the budget. We will most likely not see a budget until the end of the month, even though negotiations between the governor and the legislature have begun in earnest. And note that a new budget must be approved by the end of the fiscal year by June 30th. A few bills we have been tracking for you have been signed by the governor since my last report. HB 2130, the child enticement bill that you opposed, was indeed signed into law, as were 2 zoning bills, HB 2720 concerning ADUs and HB 2721, known as the Middle Housing Bill. Those are bills that we, now that they've been passed and signed into law, we will be assessing how we achieve a compliance here in Tucson, noting that we already comply in many ways with these types of efforts. We'll just make sure that we're compliant with the new state legislation, state laws. And you do have a copy of the bill tracking sheet in front of you for any additional updates. On the federal side, as Congress engages in the FY 2025 appropriations process, they are also gradually announcing their selections for congressionally directed spending projects. As you know, we work closely with the delegation to try to secure direct funded for the city of Tucson. We are grateful for Representatives Grijalvo, Siscomani, and Gallego for sponsoring and supporting some of the City of Tucson priorities for this year's submissions. In addition, Senators Kelly and Sinema are gradually rolling out announcements by funding program on the projects they are supporting, which we anticipate will include projects for the city as well. We will give you a comprehensive update on all the city-sponsored projects that are moving through the system once we get that full list. We expect by the end of the week, as early as the end of the week, we'll know the full schedule. It's important to note that that's the beginning of a long and arduous, treacherous process. So it's a victory to get into the bill. It's an even better victory to make it all the way through it when the president signs a bill at the end of the day. That'll play out through the end of this year. And you can see complete lists of the projects that each representative or senator has supported on their websites as they're updated. With that, this is my last update, as Andres Cano starts with the city next Monday, and I have a new job also.
A couple of updates. One not so good, the other one really good. So let's start with the not so good so that we can end on the very good. Unfortunately, HCR 2060 passed the House and Senate and sets us on a path to put a very similar bill than the Texas bill SB 4 on the ballot. This passed on party lines, and it is, in my opinion, dangerous and anti-immigrant. It promotes hate and profiling and creates fear, mistrust, and places an unfair burden on our police officers and police department here in Tucson and throughout the state. And it really distracts from trying to find solutions to immigration concerns in this country, and adjudicates this responsibility to states, and worse yet, to police departments throughout the state. And we unfortunately will have to take that up as it goes directly to the ballot. And that's exactly what Republicans in the state legislature wanted. They wanted to veto-proof this legislation. So that is unfortunate, but that is something that we're going to have to confront come November. On the good news, I want to share that the city of Tucson again received a low-income housing tax credit. 3 projects in the city of Tucson were allocated credits, as well as a project on the Tohono O'odham Nation. Importantly, the Housing Community Development Department applied for and received credits for Sugar Hill on Stone, which is phase 2 of our Choice Neighborhoods implementation grant housing strategy. Sugar Hill on Stone is on 1910 North Stone Avenue in Ward 3, bordering Ward 1. City of Tucson HCD will construct 66 units of affordable housing for low-income individuals and families, and this project includes replacement housing for Tucson House residents and is being designed with Tucson House families in mind. So really good news that HCD will continue building affordable units in our city. Very excited to hear that there are others, 2 others that are also receiving funds for low-income housing. So that's good news, and good news that Mr. Andres Cano will take the seat in front of us at our next meeting to give us an update. So not that you were doing a bad job, Tim. Anything else? Oh, Richard Fimbres, Councilmember Fimbres, you have your hand up. Councilmember Fimbres? Okay, still muted.
Councilmember Fimbres, you're
Can you hear me
muted.
now?
There you go. Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Make sure that the postal service's Silver Bell is not going to be closed. Also, President Biden made his administration directive today. Emergency, we do know what it's about.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, we've not heard anything affecting that operation.
Okay. Also, we need to send a letter to the new Mexican president, Madam Mayor, Claudia Sheinbaum, who just became the first female ever to be in history Mexican president.
Yeah, thank you. That's on international news, so we'll go to international action. Yeah, first time in the history of Mexico, a woman becomes president, Jewish descent. So really exciting news. And, our relationship to Mexico is close. We have cultural ties, economic ties, and familial ties. It's an important accomplishment that Mexico reached, and hopefully will, as the United States will follow in their footsteps. But looking forward to continue our work with the Mexican government as we do here. So thank you for reminding us. That's also on the good news column. Anything else? All righty. So thank you, Tim. We'll move on to item 12. Does anyone have items to remove from the consent agenda? Hearing none. Item 13, does anyone have any items for future agendas? Okay, hearing none as well. Study session is adjourned. The regular session begins at 5:30 p.m. We will see you here. The next regularly scheduled study session will be Tuesday, June 18th, 2024 at these chambers. Thank you. Oh, and
Mix Santa Cruz.
Here.
Mr. Cunningham. Here. Vice Mayor Dahl.
Here.
Mrs. Lee. Mr. Fimres.
Here.
Mixulik. Here. Mayor Romero.
Here. For the record, Councilmember Fimbres will be participating electronically through Microsoft Teams. Before we go to item 2, the city attorney will go over the rules of decorum for mayor and council meetings. Mr. Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Arizona's open meeting laws provide that members of the public may attend and listen to the proceedings during tonight's public meeting of the mayor and council. Arizona law also allows the mayor and council to enforce rules and procedures for public attendance and observation of the meeting to ensure orderly behavior and to prevent unnecessary interference or interruptions with the public meeting. So here are the rules that apply. The rules do require decorum and orderly conduct by the members of the audience. No person attending the meeting shall engage in conduct that disrupts or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting, including any statements or conduct that interrupts persons who might be addressing or trying to address the mayor and council, or that disrupts the discussions of the mayor and council themselves. And specifically, be aware that remarks that are threatening or profane directed towards any person are out of order and will be the basis for removal from the meeting. The mayor has the authority to ensure compliance with the rules of orderly conduct. If disorderly or disruptive conduct continues after a warning, and this is that first warning, the mayor may direct the removal of persons from the chambers or recess the meeting itself if need be. If disruptive behavior makes it necessary to clear the chambers, persons who disrupted the meeting will not be allowed to return to the chambers for the remainder of the meeting. As a final note, please be aware that interfering with or preventing this lawful public meeting from being carried out in an orderly manner not only violates these rules of participation, but violates Title 13 of the Arizona Revised Statutes, which are the criminal statutes of the Arizona Revised Statutes. In short, persons who comply with the rules and who do not interrupt or disrupt the meeting will be able to attend and listen to tonight's proceedings, but persons who disrupt or interfere with the meeting are in fact subject to removal.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Item 2.
Invocation, Pledge of Allegiance, and appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
The invocation will be given by Carol Inclán, City Clerk staff, and after the invocation, I ask that you remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Madam Mayor, Council, good evening, everyone. Thank you for bringing us today to this meeting, healthy and open-minded. We ask for guidance from the Mayor and Council as they make decisions that will affect the lives of all Tucsonans. Help them make these decisions without bias or prejudice. It is important to remember to do what's best for the entire community. We know this is not an easy task, but we ask for guidance in making that decision that will benefit most people. Amen.
Item 2C.
Presentations and proclamations.
Alrighty, I have 3 proclamations today, and I'll be calling a room full of individuals to the front. Our first proclamation is to proclaim June 2024 to be LGBTQ plus Pride Month. And then I'll announce the other ones down there. Good evening, everyone. Alrighty, I'd like to invite LGBTQA plus Pride Month proclamation guests up here, so please join me. Here with us are GLBT boards and commissioner members Sam Cloud, Gail Brickert, and Peter Loya. As I call your name, please don't be shy, join us. SAFE's Executive Director, Beth Franz, and her amazing staff members, Jaime Tadeo, Wolf Gaona, and Monique Valerie. Senior Pride's Executive Director, Mary O'Donoghue. Tucson LGBTQ Chamber of Commerce Board President, Lisa Bowers, and Board Member, Melissa Cordero. Tijan's Executive Director, Scott Blades. Consul of Mexico in Tucson, Rafael Barcelo Durazo, and Consul de Documentación, Mauricio Mendoza. Community members and activists, Danielle Lisset and Jose Trujillo. Our very own City of Tucson's Ward 1 office staff member and community activist, Eddie Baron. Goodwill's Education Coordinator, Michael Lopez. Thrive in the O5 resident, John Lopez. El Rio health worker and small business owner, Humberto Garcia. Amity Foundation's Vice President, Jess Lozoya. And Tucson Creative Comadres member, Fabiola Bedoya. And our allies, Francisca Villegas, Giselle Coronado, and Narda Flores from the Small Business Program in Tucson. So if you want, we could have some additional guests over here so we can balance out the... There you go. Don't be shy. This is your chamber. All righty. Okay. So we have an incredible, beautiful list of guests today to receive this proclamation. I'm so happy that you are all here. And on behalf of the City of Tucson and the Office of the Mayors, we'd like to proclaim June 2024 to be LGBTQ plus Pride Month in the City of Tucson, Arizona. And whereas the uprising at New York City's Stonewall Inn in June of 1969 sparked a liberation movement, a call to action that continues to inspire all of us to live up to our nation's promise of equality, liberty, and justice for all. And whereas in the 55 years since Stonewall riots, Pride has been recognized as a time to uplift and celebrate the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer community, to recall the trials this community has endured, and to rejoice in the triumphs of trailblazing individuals who have bravely fought and continue to fight for full equality. And whereas Tucson's first Pride event was held in Himmel Park on June 28, 1977, 1 year after the brutal beating and murder of Richard J. Heakin Jr. in a parking lot outside Tucson's Stonewall Tavern on North First Avenue. And whereas also in 1977, the city of Tucson was among the first U.S. cities to pass an anti-discrimination ordinance protecting gay, lesbian, bisexual, and queer people in Tucson. And whereas in February 1999, the Tucson City Council passed an amendment to the Human Relations Ordinance banning discrimination in employment, housing, and public accommodations based on gender identity. And whereas the current City of Tucson Mayor and Council and city officials that have served before this Mayor and Council have taken positions in opposition to legislation that would limit freedom of expression, reproductive freedom, and that would harm our LGBTQ plus community. And whereas the city of Tucson acknowledges that we must continue to be vigilant and tirelessly work to honor, support, and defend those civil rights and freedoms granted, not only for the LGBTQ plus community, but for all of our residents as we seek positive change to eliminate sexism, racism, bigotry, and prejudice of any and all types. And whereas we will continue to strive towards progress on being a more just, equitable, and welcoming community where all people, no matter their sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression, are able to enjoy affirming lives in Tucson. Now, therefore, I, Regina Romero, Mayor of the City of Tucson, Arizona, do hereby proclaim June 2024 to be LGBTQ plus Pride Month. I'm sorry, in this community, and call for all of us to support our LGBTQ plus friends, family members, and neighbors in building an inclusive community where everyone can prosper and thrive. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the city of Tucson to be affixed this 4th day of June 2024. Congratulations, and thank you for everything you do. Thank you so much. We have a copy for all of you. So thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your bravery, and thank you for doing the incredible work.
Thank you for being a great ally.
Thank you. Do you want to do a group picture? Yes. Okay, let's do a group picture. Let's get tight in. Yeah. What is it? Alrighty. It's many of us, so.
We can make an extra row.
Pride! Feel the love. That's what it's all about the love. So, our second proclamation is to call attention to gun violence in this country. And we have a guest today, Oscar Medina from Community Safety, Health, and Wellness. The same thing, please join us up here to receive the proclamation. And so we have some guests. I just mentioned Oscar Medina, Lee Hopkins from Community Safety, Health, and Wellness, Brittany Peterson, Community Violence Interruption Program at the City of Tucson, Lance Meeks and Latefa Duhart from Goodwill, Dr. Andrew Tang, professor with the University of Arizona Department of Surgery, Division of Trauma, Critical Care, Burn, and Emergency Surgery, Christina Colosimo, Clinical Assistant Professor in Division of Trauma, Surgical Care, Burns, and Acute Care Surgery with the University of Arizona College of Medicine, Dr. Bilal Joseph, Martin Gluck, Endowed Professor of Surgery, Professor of Neurosurgery, Chief of the Division of General Surgery, Chief of Division of Trauma, Dr. Shamel Batan, Resident Fellow, and Pete Plammer, Trauma Outreach and Injury Prevention Coordinator at Banner. So if you want to squeeze some additional individuals over here, and whomever is a guest and would like to join us up here is welcome. Excellent. First and most importantly, thank you all for everything that you do for the safety and security of our community and for gun violence prevention in our city and in our country. On behalf of the City of Tucson and the Office of the Mayor, I'd like to read this proclamation. Whereas every day more than 120 Americans are killed by gun violence and more than 200 are shot and wounded, with an average of more than 17,000 gun homicides every year. And whereas Americans are 26 times more likely to die by gun homicide than people in other high-income countries. Whereas Arizona has 1,290 gun deaths per year, with a rate of 17.2 deaths per 100,000 people, a crisis that costs the state $15.9 billion each year, of which $253.2 million is paid by taxpayers. Arizona has the 18th highest rate of gun deaths in the U.S., and whereas cities across the nation, including in Tucson, are working to end the senseless violence and with evidence-based solutions, and whereas mayors and law enforcement officers, in partnership with local violence intervention activists and resources, know their communities best, are the most familiar with local criminal activity and how to address it, and are best positioned to understand how to keep their citizens safe. And whereas in January 2023, Hadia Pendleton was tragically shot and killed at age 15, and on June 2nd, 2023, to recognize the 26th birthday of Hadia Pendleton, born June 2nd, 1997, people across the United States will recognize National Gun Violence Awareness Day and wear orange. And whereas the idea was inspired by a group of Hadia's friends who asked their classmates to commemorate her life by wearing orange, they chose this color because hunters wear orange to announce themselves to other hunters when out in the woods, and orange is a color that symbolizes the value of human life. Whereas we renew our commitment to reduce gun violence and pledge to do all we can to keep firearms out of the hands of people who should not have access to them, and encourage responsible gun ownership to help keep our families and communities safe. Now, therefore, I, Regina Romero, Mayor of the City of Tucson, Arizona, do hereby proclaim June 7th, 2024 to be National Gun Violence Awareness Day in this community, and encourage residents to support local efforts to prevent the tragic effects of gun violence and to honor and value human lives. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the city of Tucson, Arizona, to be affixed this 4th day of June, 2024. Thank you all so much for everything you do. And this is the proclamation. And if anyone wants to, do you want to receive it? Anyone wants to add some comments?
Just on behalf of Banner and the trauma department, we just want to thank all of our community partners. We really couldn't do it without. I mean, Brittany's up here from the police department. We have Lance from Goodwill, and we have so many different community partners that we just want to thank the police department, the fire department. Thank you. And the mayor.
All righty. Thank you all so much.
Everybody go. Oh, hold the proclamation.
Squish in.
Scoot in, Bruce, for a minute.
Bend down, Chanel. Bend down.
One, two, three. Again, 1, 2, 3. You'll do it more.
Thank you all.
Thank you,
so
Mayor.
much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Those booing, we're going to have to ask to remove you if you continue that. All righty, we're going to have to ask to remove you, sir, if you continue interrupting. All righty. So the last one is a surprise one, and I want to invite my colleagues on the council to join me up here. And I'd like to invite the city manager to come up here too. I'm sorry, but we had to do this. This is the last council meeting for our Mr. Dear City Manager. Yes, please. Alrighty, so this is the last meeting for our city manager, Michael Ortega, that passed 9 years, spent 9 years with us. And I do have a resolution, a proclamation today declaring June 6th, 2024 to be Michael Ortega Day in this community. Alrighty, so on behalf of the Office of the Mayor and the City of Tucson, I'd like to read this proclamation. Whereas on July 1st, 2015, Michael Ortega began his tenure as city manager of the City of Tucson. And whereas during his 9 years serving as city manager, he has led the City of Tucson through challenging times and accomplished much for the residents of the City of Tucson. And whereas through his partnership with Mayor and Council, significant investments have been made in improving the city's bond rating, providing sustainable wage increases for employees, and over $1.2 billion in revenue was approved by voters for investment in our community. Whereas through his Coffees with Mike, he has built solid communicative relationship with city employees. And whereas we have all learned so much from Michael Ortega in his leadership, including the following lessons from Mike. Managing the 33rd largest city in our country. It's a piece of cake when faced with a challenging problem. We'll get you to the promised land when working with mayor and council. Let me get the team together and we'll sharpen our pencils when working on finding funding for projects. That's a great suggestion, which means let me noodle on it and we'll see what will come up when hearing suggestions about how to address problems. I like to break it apart so we can put it back together when working with existing systems. No just means not now when working with the budget. Anything else for the good of the order when closing out a meeting. And whereas we are a grateful city for your leadership, legacy, and lessons learned, now therefore I, Regina Romero, Mayor of the City of Tucson, Arizona, do hereby proclaim June 6th, your last day at work, 2024, to be Michael Ortega Day in this community. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Tucson, Arizona to be affixed this 4th day of June, 2024. Congratulations, Mike, and thank you.
I just want to say thank you. I really appreciate it. It means a lot. Thank you.
All righty, thank you so much, everyone, for joining us in these celebrations. All righty, we move on to item 2D.
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
City Manager's Communication Number 166 dated June 4th is received into and made part of the record. Are there any personal appointments to be made at this time? All righty, we don't see any. We move on to item 3.
Mayor and council report, summary of current events.
City Manager's Communication Number 157 dated June 4th is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow members of the mayor and council to report on current events. These are to be current events of activities within the community, not position statements on policy issues. I know that there's some commentary that and current events that want to be read. But I do want to start out, I know that we just did proclaim the Michael Ortega Day. But in all seriousness, I'd like to take a moment of privilege to acknowledge that this is Michael Ortega's last mayor and council meeting. He has provided excellent leadership in his role as city manager for the last 9 years. As we all know, these jobs require the commitment not just of the person doing it, but of the whole family. So I want to thank Pat and their children and grandchildren for supporting Michael while he has been serving the residents of the city of Tucson. His partnership with me and with my council colleagues have helped us through major challenges not seen before in decades, some hundreds of years, including a global pandemic, and to make investments in the economic health of our city, wage increases for city workers, improvements to our infrastructure, lots of world issues that sometimes we have no power over, but that we have to answer to. I also want to welcome our incoming city manager, Tim Tamir. Where's Tim? Somewhere around, there he is. And congratulate him on his swearing in today. I was really happy that we were able to join Tim and his wife and family, as well as many department directors and city staff, to witness his oath of office. Welcome, Tim, as our new city manager. Thank you, Michael Ortega, for your dedication and service and your partnership to me. I really appreciate you, and I'm really happy that you're going to take time to enjoy the grandkids and enjoy nature, do some woodworking that you love. Really happy for you. With that, I'm going to open up to my colleagues on the council. Councilmember Fimbres? Alrighty, Councilmember Fimbres?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mike, you're gonna be missed. Stability, you brought a lot of stability to the council. I appreciate your help, Mike. God bless you. Your safe travel.
Alrighty, we'll start with Councilmember Ulick and then go down the line.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your proclamations to note the importance of ending gun violence and also Pride Month. And as a proud member of the LGBTQ plus community, I want to give a shout out to my peeps and wish everyone also a very happy Pride Month and deep gratitude to all of our allies in Tucson. I have a few additional items from the team in Ward 6. We're hosting local artist Miguel Molina in our main community room. His themed art this month consists of folklore of the Americas, and it shows musicians playing different instruments. It is beautiful artwork, so we'd really encourage you to stop by Monday through Friday between 9 and 1 to check out his art. He's exceptional. We also want to recognize Laura Pumphrey and Inspectors Morales and Golson from the code enforcement team for their recent work, which took a whole lot of effort to get a residential property condemned in one of our neighborhoods. There were a lot of real serious issues emanating from that particular house. We appreciate the team's due diligence to get that home secured and boarded up. It speaks loudly to the importance of also participating in anti-crime coalitions. And we also just really want to thank the Midtown TPD for all the efforts to help keep our neighborhoods safe, and including in this instance. Also, please join us on Tuesday, June 11th at 5:30. We're having a town hall to give updates on the expansion of the plastics recycling program. We offered an update on that in our most recent newsletter. You can attend either virtually or in person, so please look for that meeting link in our newsletter this week as well. And a fun fact from my team, if you drive the posted speed limit through downtown, which is 25 miles an hour, you'll catch all the green lights. I just want to add a couple of words to Mike Ortega. Actually, there aren't really words to aptly express and convey my deep gratitude and my deep respect for you, Mike. We've just been so fortunate to have you at the helm of the organization. And you leave behind you an incredible legacy of accomplishments, and we're all going to build on that. You can count on that. So thank you. Partnership is the word that came to my mind as well, and for your dedication. I'm really going to miss working with you, and I really look forward, Tim, to partnering with you in the future.
Councilman Lee?
Thank you, Mayor. Since our last meeting, a couple exciting events occurred in Ward 4. I just want to acknowledge and thank everyone for, we opened our Wagon Tails Dog Park in Lower Lincoln Park. It is the biggest and allegedly the bougiest dog park in the city of Tucson. I want to thank my team, specifically Martha, for all of her hard work in overseeing that project and pulling all of the stakeholders together, and thanks to Parks and Rec especially for all of the work and continued maintenance. So please take a moment, take your pup down to Lower Lincoln Park and enjoy our new amenity. Also want to thank Parks and Rec and my team for another good Splash Bash event to kick off the start of the summer here in the city of Tucson. And the mayor and Councilmember Ulick said so many amazing things to you, Mr. Ortega. It's kind of hard to follow that. I agree with everything that they said, and I've appreciated observing your leadership during my first term on the council. I learned so much from you. We went through a lot of trying times together as a team, and it was, I think Councilmember Fimbres used the word steady, and that's what I always felt working side by side with you, and that meant a lot. I do hope that you will get yourself a cot for camping and not sleep on the ground anymore, and that RV that we talked about before. So wishing you all the best of luck in your next chapter. You most definitely deserve it, and thank you for everything you've done for the city.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Ward 3 also had a pool party, and I'm pleased to report it was very successful at Mansfield Pool on Saturday. This is my prop. The water slide is open and functioning after being closed and not there for many, many years. I know that it functions well because I tried it out myself somewhat successfully. Pool attendance on Saturday was over 480 people, and I can tell you it was mostly kids and their families. Great to see them there. Many thanks to the folks who organized the event, including Marlene Avellino from Ward 3 office and our partners at Park and Rec, including Director Laura Hamway and her team, especially Sierra Boyer, Donnie Moreno, Angela Pittenger, and TJ Orley, and the Sugar Hill Neighborhood Association's Jack Anderson and Sadie Shaw. And I'm excited to announce that we have another one coming up tomorrow at the Amphi Pool from 5 to 7 p.m. It's a great way to cool off and have some fun. Everyone's invited. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Cunningham?
Well, I'm not usually one for research, but I decided to research this one when we were talking about Mike Ortega leaving. From 1974 to 1990, we had the same city manager. His name was Joel Valdez, and he served for 16 years, and he was the longest serving manager ever in the history of Tucson. In fact, no one had ever made it 4 years past 4 years prior. Over the next 25 years, we had 10 managers. That's an average of 2.5 years. The longest one served 4 years and 9 months. The shortest one about 9 months. But I digress. Mike lasted 9 years, almost to the day, and he's also leaving under good terms. Many of the managers that we had in that 25-year period left because there was a parting of the ways, and we had to go through a search committee and hire someone else. This time we have someone leaving on their own volition with a succession plan. That's the type of stability that our managers brought to us. I don't really bring this card up very often. The person who's taught me the most about leadership in my life, obviously, is my father. But I told Mike this about 6 weeks ago. The only person who's taught me as much as my father has is Mike. So I'm going to miss you. I really enjoyed our lunch yesterday, and I can't tell you how much of an impact you've had on not only our community, but me and everyone. All right. And to get sadder, we also lost someone that isn't even a Tucsonan, but was one of the most boisterous advocates for Tucson around the country and had one of the largest voices. Many of you know that basketball star, announcer, and humanitarian Bill Walton passed away Monday. And he's quite the character. And one of my favorite sayings that he'd say is, "Oh my gosh, that was the most important thing that ever happened in the history of mankind." And he'd say that all the time. Like you'd make that he just made that free throw. That was the most important free throw in the history of mankind. I've actually used that phrase in some of the meetings we've had over the years to different staffers. But more importantly, and this is why I'm bringing his name up, is he was a huge Tucson fan. He actually rode the tour to Tucson multiple times. He would go to off the beaten places in Tucson. He went to Guedo Canela before it was famous at all. He went to BK's. He'd go to He'd talk about EGs on the air, the ski lodge at Mount Lemon, the Catalina Mountains. These are all things he mentioned about Tucson on national TV multiple times. His face was iconic here in Tucson. He even had his own mural. It's been since painted over. I had the privilege of meeting him a few times, and the guy was, he just embraced his quirkiness. He was a deadhead. He was self-deprecating to a fault, and from what I understand, he was a pretty decent basketball player. He loved Tucson so much, he's even sent both of his sons to college here, two of his sons to college here. So I wanted to give a little tribute to Bill Walton. What a long, strange trip for Bill Walton. Tucson loved you too, brother. Finally, my pools. The pools in Ward 2. I don't have any cool announcements except that 2 of ours aren't open yet, mainly because they're getting improvements done, and I'm really excited about it. So sometime in midsummer, we'll have a bigger bash. We'll totally have a bigger bash than you, Kevin. I'm just kidding. But we've got 2 splash pads being built, one at Jesse Owens and one at Fort Lowell. Fort Lowell's pool is also getting refitted, and that's really excited. It's one of the largest pools in Tucson. Last thing is, and we brought it up during study session. I didn't really want to steal anybody's thunder, but congratulations on the LIHTC stuff. Our HCD team got some LIHTC credits for the city of Tucson in partnership with the tribe, with the Hanatim. And it's going to be great for Sugar Hill. It's going to be great for the ward. It's going to help us address some of the housing crisis. And I wanted to congratulate Liz and her team for getting that done. So congratulations. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Thank you, Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the proclamation that you did for Pride Month. As you mentioned earlier, Pride Month began as a riot against police brutality in New York City's Stonewall Inn. On June 28, 1969, police raided the bar enforcing outdated laws targeting transgender and gender nonconforming individuals. This time they were met with resistance, sparking a pivotal moment in the LGBTQ rights plus movement. This month, we're reminded that every queer person deserves safety and freedom. Additionally, we're also met with an opportunity to ground ourselves in the fights for liberation for all of those oppressed people around the world, and to continue to lead and follow the footsteps of national powerhouses like Marsha P. Johnson, to local ones like Lydia Otero, and others like Councilmember Ulick, who have paved the way for us. So this Sunday, June 9th at 8 a.m., part of Fuga and Ward 1's BC Burros, we're doing a Pride Ride. Folks are welcome to join us. We meet at 940 West Alameda Street. Also on Sunday, June 9th, the Tucson Museum of Art is having their second Sundays Family Day starting at 10 a.m. They have a pay what you wish admission. They have family yoga, art making, and other activities, and that's located at 140 North Main Avenue. To then jump to your final proclamation with Mike. I went to go meet Mike yesterday for our last one-on-one, and I was caught off guard that he was a little more emotional than I have ever seen him. Made me a little uncomfortable. But the thing about Mike is that we get to see on the council, Mayor and Council get to see a different side of him. So that's all I can speak to. I do know that his wife, Pat, is pretty cool, and I like her. So that means you must, be all around a good person, Mike. And then, just getting to spend time with your kids and your grandkids in the way that they give you carrilla also lets me know that they keep you pretty grounded and, connected. I remember, Mike, my early conversation that I had with you when I first got into office, that I wanted you to make sure that you knew that I was a little unconventional and a little rough around the edges, and that in my family, I was considered the black sheep in the family. But I wanted you to know what my intentions, what my North Star was in coming into office, and what were the things that were important to me. And I felt like you were always thoughtful and a good listener. I think the piece that you missed, Mayor, around his problem solving, he always said he wanted to give us a path forward. So I'm gonna miss those problem solving sessions with you. But I appreciate the way that you took a leap of faith, especially with me and the work that we're trying to do in Ward 1, whether it was having something ambitious like knocking on 10,000 doors and you coming out on Saturday mornings and getting other city staff to do that too. attending community meetings that were very controversial and heated and helping bring, calming presence to that, to coming on bike rides with us on the south side, even when you chickened out and did the tortuguita ride. To supporting things like Dia de la Niñez and participatory budgeting or Budget de la Gente, and giving us space to try new things and have a different way to engage with community. As we're even having budget discussions moving forward, thank you for believing in the work, believing in the community. I love the days when I would see warmth and a sparkle in your eyes. You probably just had ice cream or were on a carb high. But I also knew when you were having a rough day, mostly because you stared at your screen like you were trying to solve a math equation. I know that you carried the weight of herding cats, whether it was a mayor and council or it was city staff or community members, and that you carried that with a lot of responsibility and a lot of grace and thoughtfulness. And I think that's always been a reminder for me and how to show up, because people are always ready to be defensive with anything, that we're discussing, and you really always help ground us and, keep a steady, like, outlook on what it was that we were trying to do. So I hope this time away brings you not only new adventures, but restores your youth, that your time with family brings a lot of healing, that you create beautiful and useful items in your workshop, that the time with your grandbabies teaches you all that is wonderful and mysterious about the world. And like the poet Rupi Kaur says, you have only scratched the surface of what you're capable of. There are decades of victories ahead of you. Thank you, Mike.
Councilmember Fimbres. I think that was a previous hand.
No, Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I have more things to report on. First of all, to thank
Oh,
Mike
go
Ortega.
ahead.
President, thank you for his dedication to the city of Tucson. His leadership and expertise will be missed. Looking forward to working with Tim Tamur and begins his work with the new city as the new city manager. I also want to thank Ann Chinnica for the ACD and the outstanding job they did with the 2024 Light Tech Awards. City will soon have 150 new affordable housing units in Ward 1 and Ward 3. And Casas de los Pueblos senior apartments in Ward 5 will rehabilitate 96 affordable housing units for our seniors. Thank you, Madam Mayor, for your leadership, your support, and we continue to create affordable housing. Children's Peace Garden is manning Herrera's Junior Park and will host Camp Leo, a free summer reading camp. With fun family activities, free books, a story book walk, and a chance to win prizes. Camp Leo will take place on Saturday, starting June 8th to June 29th, from 10 a.m. to noon. Those who would like to give us a call at the office. On June 16th, we celebrate Father's Day. Father was very important. They work very hard, every day to produce the best they can. They teach us valuable skills, lessons, and they are there to offer words of encouragement when they need it the most. I thank my father, who's been passed away for 16 years now. And with the honor, all the best, safe, selfless, and brave men who take on the role of father figures. You're also worthy to honor and build with my admiration. I also want to thank Juneteenth, historic day for the United States Army faced 250 enslaved Black Americans in considered state of Texas. This took place on June 13th, 1865. 2 years later, President Abraham Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation. It was an important day for all of us to reflect upon. Ward 5 Council Office will host the Black to School event, which will hand out backpacks and school supplies for children 5 and under. 5 and older. The back to school dash will be held Saturday, July 20th from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. at the El Pueblo Center located at 101 West Irvington Road. Finally, Madam Mayor, I want to congratulate the President-elect of Mexico, Claudia Sheinbaum Pardo. She is the first woman and the first person of Jewish heritage to be elected president for she is the country of Mexico. Extremely political experience, been the head of the government of Mexico City. On July 1, congratulations. July 1 until June 16, we seek our party's nomination for president. Hey, man, that's all I got. God bless you.
Thank you, Councilmember. All righty. Thank you all for the wonderful, beautiful words that you've just shared. We move on to item 4.
City Manager's Report, Summary of Current Events.
City Manager's Communication Number 158, dated June 4th, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow the city manager to report on current events. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick bit of business. I did send you a note on the pool schedules. I sent that out here earlier. I know that's very important to some of you. Please note that it's in your boxes. You'll have that. You can look at it and feel free to share that. Those hours are now quote official. We're working to get those done. Mayor and members of the council, this has been a hard day. This is my last council meeting. I do want to take the privilege of the microphone and just say a few words. I think that oftentimes you hear people say it's been a privilege and an honor, and those are just words, right? But I will tell you that from where I sit, this has truly been a gift for me, and I feel very strongly that we have opportunities in our lives to make a difference in people's lives. And Councilor Santa Cruz, you're absolutely right. I take it very seriously, that responsibility, not just for your well-being, but for those of the 5,000 employees and the 585,000 people that live in this community. I think it's important that we think of it that way because we're only in these roles for an instant in time. And although we might not agree, I think that it's important that we're respectful and that we think about the spirit and intent. And if the spirit and intent is pure, there is no wrong answer. And ultimately, that's the way I see it. Councilmember Santa Cruz, I remember your little one growing up and the shock I had when I walked into your office and you had the baby in your file drawer. That'll be our secret, but thank you for your leadership because you taught me a tremendous amount about diversity and diversity of thought, not just perspective right then and on that particular issue, but you were right. It was your true north, and you outlined that for me, and I really much appreciate that. Councilman Cunningham, your passion for the parks, but also your passion for youth as a whole is incredible, and it has been. I remember when you and I first talked on the phone, and you were trying to convince me to at least apply to be the city manager, and you suggested that there was tremendous opportunity. You were right. And your leadership in that space is incredible, and I'd encourage you and suggest that you continue and work hard on that as well. Councilor Dahl, as I mentioned to you in private, I've learned a lot from you, particularly when it comes to the passion you have for the environment. I thought of myself in that way until I met you, and I realized I really didn't understand it, but you've educated me, and your passion not only for your residents, but also for all of the opportunities that we have to address environmental concerns and environmental issues. Councilor Lee, your passion and your commitment to those that serve in our armed forces, but also for the residents on the east side. And no, I didn't say the far east side, I said the east side. Extremely important. But the fact that I've watched you juggle your professional life, your home life, your council life is really amazing. And your leadership that you demonstrate in each of those is incredible. And I appreciate that very much. I learned tremendous from you. Councilor Ulick, it's nice to cross paths again, right? This is our third time together. I very much appreciate the commitment that you have to doing the right thing and figuring out how to do that and really not only turning over every rock, but challenging us, because that's how we learn, is by challenging each other and to make sure that you are clear in your communication with us, but that we are having to justify. That's a good thing, because it makes us stronger, but we also learn. But thank you for your passion and your commitment. Councilmember Fiembres, you and I met when we were at ADOT together. You were the state highway director, and I appreciate very much the leadership you demonstrated then. But I can also tell you that I've seen it in action here for the residents of Ward 5, and your unwavering commitment to the residents of Ward 5, and the passion that you show in every aspect of that effort, if you will, is amazing, and I really salute you for that. Mayor, last but not least, it has been an absolute privilege to work alongside you in some very difficult and trying times. We didn't always agree. You tend to win more than I do, but that's okay. But the respect that I see from you to this community and to the job that you have, the role that you play, and the leadership that you demonstrate on a daily basis is really remarkable. And I sit there in awe sometimes thinking about that we are in a time and a space together, but we're making incredible moves towards a variety of things. So congratulations on that leadership, but thank you for it as a resident of Tucson. To the staff, I won't go through you individually. I think you know how I feel. And I appreciate all the accolades, but the leadership that you have demonstrated as mayor and council, but also the support and leadership of the city staff is incredible. And I appreciate very much being on the receiving end of these comments, but I have to share them. To have an amazing team across the board, and that's from everyone in the organization. They may not appreciate it, but the reality is that we all look out for them. And finally, Mr. Rankin, you owe me one. We'll talk later. He did not tell me that this proclamation was on the agenda until I was sitting here doing my email, and he tells me, by the way, that's you coming up. But having Mike as the steady hand, and I appreciate the comments about steadiness, but really the gift is to be a part of this team. And Mike is really an amazing attribute and asset to this organization. And although he's quiet most of the time, when he has something to say, I suggest we all listen. So again, Mayor, thank you so much. I do want to, since this is my last council meeting, I do want to turn it over to Tim Tomier. He's now going to be covering for the city manager from here on out. Oh, Michael. I wasn't finished. So Mike suggested that I should probably thank my wife and my family. Thank you. See, I tell you, he's amazing. You mentioned that. Some of you mentioned that. I am married to an amazing individual. We've been married for nearly 44 years, which is pretty incredible in and of itself. But I will tell you, to have someone to be your partner through thick and thin, and when I come up with crazy ideas, she's like, let's give it a shot. And this was a crazy idea, right? And she not only supported me then and supports me now, but she rallied the troops, which are basically all 12 of the rest of them, which are all the kids and grandkids and all the significant others. And it was unwavering support. And I would not be sitting here, and a lot of people say that, I can guarantee you I would not be sitting here without Pat's steady guidance and steady hand there. So thank you, Mike, I appreciate it. I don't owe you one anymore. So with that, Madam Mayor, I'd like to turn it over to Tim Tomier, your new city manager.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to acknowledge my wife, Christina, and my family that was here earlier today for my swearing-in ceremony. It was a very powerful moment for all of us, and I'm grateful to my family for helping me get here, and for Mr. Ortega for all of your leadership. And I'm going to deviate and also continue talking about Mr. Ortega. I'd like to read you a letter from one of your employees. It's Jeff Britt. I worked for the city of Tucson for over 30 years. During the period of time before Michael Ortega was hired, it seemed that we had a new city manager every few years. Each one of them came and made speeches to us and told us how things were going to change. 2 years later, we were listening to a new speech from a new manager. And we changed policies so much you got whiplash. I listened to your speech, and I got back to my work area. I sent you an email. I told him I had learned a lot of speeches that accomplished nothing. I told him I would judge him on what he did, not what he said. Imagine my surprise when he wrote me back and said, "That's okay with him. The city of Tucson is losing a good manager, and I wish him the best of luck in whatever he does." That's from Jeff Britt. Also, a constituent wrote, "Our city manager, Michael Ortega, won my respect and admiration when I first watched him during the interview process for his job a decade or so ago. I agree wholeheartedly with the mayor and council's decision to hire him. He's proven a tremendous asset to our city, consistently welcomed my input on local matters, and I want to publicly thank him for his tremendous public servant as he moves on to the next stage of his life. However he chooses to engage, I sincerely hope he'll continue to call Tucson home, and that we'll find a replacement for Mr. Ortega," that's me, by the way, "who shares similar levels of integrity, work ethic, humanity, and respect he's brought to the job. Thanks, Mike," and that's from Mary DeCamp. These two letters do a great job of characterizing the type of city manager Michael Ortega has been. He welcomes and values everyone's input, from mine as deputy city manager to the employees, constituents, and of course, the mayor and council. He does so without judgment or preconception. He believes in all of us, and he has set a standard that I will look to continue. Thank you for all of your service, Mike.
Alrighty, enough with the love fest. Item 5.
Liquor license applications report from city manager.
City Manager's Communication Number 164 dated June 4th is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, please read the liquor license agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's agenda, we have 4 requests for new licenses, 1 person transfer, and 2 special events. All are in compliance with city requirements, so an appropriate motion would be to forward items 5B 1 through 5 and 5C 1 and 2 to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved, Mayor.
Second, Your Honor.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion on this motion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against?
So an appropriate motion would be to forward.
Motion carries. Item 6.
Call to the audience.
Alrighty, Ms. Clerk, do you have any announcements for this call to the audience?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the public is allowed to address the mayor and council on any issue except for items scheduled for a public hearing at this meeting. Please make sure that you have read the information on the back of the speaker's card before making your presentation and that you have filled out the card completely. You may not be called upon if the card is incomplete. Speakers are limited to 3-minute presentations. If called upon but you do not wish to speak, please let the mayor know and she'll move on to the next person on the list. The rules do not allow speakers to delegate their time to another person. Pursuant to the open meeting law, individual council members may ask the city manager to review the matter, ask that the matter be placed on a future agenda, or respond to criticism made by speakers. However, the mayor and council may not discuss or take legal action on any items brought up during call to the audience. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, at this time, the public is allowed to address the mayor and council on any issue except for items scheduled for a public hearing at this meeting. Please make sure you have read the information on the back of the speaker card before making your presentation, and that you have filled out the speaker's card completely. You may not be called upon if the card is incomplete. Speakers are limited to 3-minute presentations. If called upon but you do not wish to speak, please let the mayor know and she will move on to the next person on the list. The rules do not allow speakers to give their time to someone else or to assign their time or designate someone to speak on their behalf. Pursuant to the Arizona Open Meeting Law, individual council members may ask the city manager to review a matter, ask that a matter be placed on a future agenda, or respond to criticism made by speakers. However, the mayor and council may not discuss or take legal action on matters raised during call to the audience. I will try and move as quickly as possible. I have removed some of the requests to speak from call to the audience. On the heat ordinance, we have that on the agenda. So in order to make a little bit more space, because we have a bunch of requests to speak at call to the audience, I will call those wanting to speak on the heat ordinance separately when the item is considered. So our first speaker will be Christine Prantill. And please, ma'am, move to the tallest mic next door. There you go. There you go.
Before you start the timer, can I just take a moment to thank you all for the bus access, the public transit access that you have afforded to all of us, because many of us in the marginalized communities in Tucson would not have survived the pandemic or the summers without that gift, and it truly was a gift. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. Su señoría alcaldesa, aquí en la bellísima ciudad de Tucson, la gente más vulnerable, todos de nosotros necesitamos su ayuda y la de sus consejeros. Escúcheme, por favor. I have mapped out, I actually have the map, but apparently we have poster board phobia, probably for good reason. I have mapped out an entire network of government and taxpayer-funded agencies and contractors who are financially extorting, abusing, and exploiting both the behaviorally and physically disabled. At the same time, providing housing for drug dealers and violent addicts and felons. You all want to stop homelessness. That takes more than just getting people off the streets. Until you switch your focus from optics to boots on the ground, practical action, we're all going down together. The nearness to schools that drug addicts and drug dealers are being allowed absolutely astounds me. The amount of gaslighting and lies that come from the agencies I'm about to announce, from the police department, is shocking to me as a person who obviously is old enough to remember what morals mean. Here's a list of the agencies who are contributing to this issue. Arizona Department of Housing, Juan Bello, Wendy Sanders, Enriqueta Morales. I believe Juan Bello has already lost his job. The Arizona Behavioral Health, those are the ones who write the checks. Ann Verdugo, I don't think she knows anything, but she just wants the boxes marked and everybody's smiling. Arizona Health Cost Containment System Housing, Patty Scott Lopez, who is in tight with Wendy Sanders and several other of the folks on this list. Local social service agencies like COPE, especially COPE Mesquite Clinic, Diana Gonzalez, Jennifer Budd, Shireen, the COPE ECHO program, the COPE Corporation, Specialty Quality Control. Home Inc., Director Dia Nanaka, formerly of COPE Housing, is the biggest gaslighter and most likely to lie straight to your face of any human being I have ever met. And she is the center of this web between the state housing and the local property management. Arizona Property Management, Nicolosi Fitch, Kim Fitch, Sonia Valenzuela, Patrick Robles. I believe Sonia Valenzuela and Patrick Robles now work for the Commission on Health, Safety, and Wellness, and I'd bet dollars to donuts that Sonia Valenzuela's involved in there too, because after agreeing to help me with all of this, they cut me off and said they could only help me with housing.
Ms. Prantill, you have to come to a conclusion, please.
My conclusion is people are in danger because the police won't help us. The agencies that are paid to help us won't help us, and we're left alone, a couple of crazy grandmothers with baseball bats to chase drug addicts and drug dealers out of our homes.
Thank you, Ms. Prantill. Suda Bellinger, or Billinger, Suda Billinger.
I listened last meeting as everyone praised the police and how wonderful they are and that they need more money. Yet, over the last 8 months, I have observed how police handle different and current situations. And I must admit, I'm not impressed. April 15th, myself and 2 others tried calling 911 after we were attacked. I was almost run over by a car as it went on to the sidewalk. Not only did no police show, the dispatch gave out my home address to another victim. I called several times, no one showed. We went to the police station and made 3 separate reports. Still no one has shown. What's worse, we gave them the name, David Areola, and the license of the perpetrator, yet no one showed. I was attacked May 15th at Fry's last month because I was carrying a Palestine flag. Got it all on camera, and still no police showed. Yet I have watched these same officers make peaceful protests violent time and time again. More worried about Americans exercising their right to peacefully assemble and protest. Our government, and sadly that includes you, is not listening to us. You don't care, you show it at every meeting and every function that you see us at. And the smirks last week at Mark Kelly's, those were really nice to get on film. We won't stop showing up. We won't stop fighting. None of you will win another election as long as you keep putting Israel over America first. You refuse to listen to the people calling for a permanent ceasefire, in which you failed to realize that there are far more of us than you realize. Not all of us come to city hall meetings or protests, but we do vote.
Ms. Huda. Victoria DeVasto. Victoria DeVasto. On the second one, please. The higher one.
This one?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. 11%. 2,200 homeless people counted in 2023. 244 of them at least did not make it to 2024. That is 11% of an entire demographic in your city. When any population holds a mortality rate of over 10%, we call that an immediate crisis. Yet you are acting like there is time. You have plans that will help some people in 5 years. They are good plans, but we are in the present. How many people outside of this room will die before your actions take any real effect? Community on Wheels has operated for 4 years. Do you know what we do? We have for 4 years run a free store setup at Santa Rita Park every single Saturday. We hand out food, water, hygiene, first aid, and clothing. We have a line of people waiting for us every week because people need those things. Such a simple act seems so obvious, right? People don't have water, so we give them water. Someone has a wound, so we give them a Band-Aid. Band-Aids are important. We are a Band-Aid. When there is a wound, you need a Band-Aid. The city is not doing this. So much so, in fact, that when a piece of the largest encampment in Tucson was swept recently, we witnessed no one with water. We witnessed a group of people begging for shelter ignored. We need Band-Aids. What you're doing is essentially cutting off a limb and then offering some people crutches. Before you make it illegal for people to exist unless they're within your systems, you need to deal with the wound. Every single council member here should have a plan to set up immediate aid in their ward. Mayor Romero, this should be first and foremost, so people don't die. As a housing specialist, as an in-person advocate, I see the great need for both immediate action and funding for existing programs. Your shelters are overflowing inside and people are dying outside. These programs house a small percentage of the lucky few.
These programs need funding, and yes, absolutely allocate the funds there, but absolutely help people stay alive so they can get to the programs first. We need immediate aid. We cannot provide 2,000 people food, water, and first aid. We are doing outreach and providing aid in our seldom free time as volunteers, and we are exhausted. But you can. You have the power and funding. We need outreach workers en masse. You need people who can create a bridge to the programs you tout. Last year, Operation Deep Freeze had 30 beds. Send 100 people to go give out water every day. That would make a big impact. Work with us. Do something now.
Thank you, Mr. Basto. Robert Royce. Robert Royce.
First, let me thank Michael Ortega for being not only the first competent city manager I have engaged with since 1988, but the first totally competent city manager. And your soft-spoken voice and attitude has been appreciated and will be missed. I'm collecting signatures for a new party on the ballot next year's city elections. I'm laying out the principles. We're counting down the last minutes before our nation's first peaceful transfer of power. About to enter, fellow citizens, on the exercise of duties which comprehend everything that is dear and valuable to you. It is proper that you should understand what I deem to be the essential principles of our government, and consequently those which ought to govern its administration. I will compress them into the narrowest compass they will bear, stating the general principle, but not all of its limitations. Equal and exact justice for all, ... one three-letter word, of whatever state or persuasion, religious or political. Peace, commerce, and honest friendship with all nations, entangling alliances with none. The support of the state government in all their rights as the most competent administrators of our domestic concerns and the surest bulwarks against anti-republican tendencies. The preservation of the general government in its whole constitutional vigor as the sheet anchor of our peace at home and safety abroad. A jealous care of the right of election by the people, a mild and safe corrective of abuses which are lopped by the sword of the revolution where peaceable remedies are unprovided. I'm going to cut to the punchline here, and I'll finish the general principles next month. These principles form the bright constellation that has come before us and guided our steps through an age of revolution and reformation. The wisdom of our sages and the blood of our heroes have been devoted to their attainment. They should be the creed of our political faith, the text of civic instruction, the touchstone by which we try the services of those we trust. And if we should wander from them in moments of error or alarm, let us hasten to retrace our steps and regain the road which alone leads to peace, liberty, and safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Royce. Sid Cordova. Sid Cordova.
Hello. I'm gonna try this again after my brain and body were not working last time I was here. But I'm still dealing with health problems. I'm still here unpaid. We are still out here unpaid doing what I think is your job. And when I think about how like a small group of volunteers can just buy a scrappy van, set up a foldable cover, and put out a bunch of folding tables with supplies that are often surplus from the community, I don't see why you don't. Like, there are so many spots within the city that you could just be setting this up every day. Cooling stations, medical, all of the lists that we've already told you multiple times. And yet, we see more investment in these programs that are often less resourced than even we are. We have provided we have provided hygiene kits to your housing programs because you didn't have them. We have distributed more Narcan directly to people's hands than you have. And I am simply suggesting that with the funding, because I know you've already set up the overall structure to an extent, but within the housing money that you have, within that support, please make sure that you are addressing the Band-Aid and helping us with our already limited capacity, because we're burnt out and this is not sustainable, but you have the money and you have the structure to make this so. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cordova.
One more thing.
Helen Erickson.
I have one more thing. More than 500 people died in Pima County last year of overdose. Please make sure you are distributing that Narcan. Please make sure that you are using the opioid funds that I know you received. This is crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Helen Erickson.
Good evening. I would like to speak about the importance of historic cultural landscapes to the identity of the city of Tucson. Back in the 60s and 70s, heritage preservation focused its attention on architecture, but over the years there has been a growing understanding, both in the United States and in the world at large, that cultural landscapes are equally, if not more, important. In Tucson, for example, few would fail to note the importance of Tumamoc or a mountain, and recently there has been considerable interest in the long-neglected Santa Cruz River. One of our significant cultural landscapes is the University of Arizona campus farm at Campbell Avenue and River Road. The university purchased this property in 1909 from Jesus Garcia, who had owned the farm since 1891. Today, the landscape retains the berm fields that permitted flood irrigation by means of ditches from the Rito. This method of irrigation was the traditional practice of Mexican-American farming, a practice no doubt adopted from the earlier indigenous farming technology. Few of these historic agricultural landscapes remain, as most have been graded to permit residential or commercial development along the Rito. Aside from the Binghamton Preserve, in fact, this property may be unique. 2 years ago, I and several others collaborated to document the historic landscape of the campus farm in support of its nomination as a Tucson landmark. The process was initiated by mayor and council, but paused to permit the university to complete a National Register nomination. This work has now been completed, and the buildings, but just the buildings, on the site have been listed in the National Register of Historic Places. Regrettably, the historic landscape was omitted from the listing. I am concerned that this unique element of Tucson's history is at risk, and I would like to remind you of the important place it holds in Tucson's heritage. It is time to reconsider listing it as a City of Tucson landmark. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Erickson. Michael Cajero. Michael Cajero.
I live in Ward 6, and I'm just speaking for myself. I grew up here, and I lived in a Tucson that was very different. You people, I don't know who, but some people have gotten a hold of Tucson, and it's living in a different city than I remember and that I cared to live in. I don't care to contribute any more art to this city because nothing good is coming out. There's no giving. You're not even, there used to be an arts district and they would give money and prizes. And it was a good time. It was very good. It kept a lot of people focused. That's one of the purposes of art. And when you lose it, forget it. That part of your head goes dead, and these kids are with the thing like this. That won't cut it, You gotta make a move of something, And the power of making art has been lost in a way. And Tucson is not helped out. Artists are treated like, like David and Goliath. Goliath was a Philistine, and David represents Florence and art, and so that's what that's about. We're living either in a David world or a Goliath world, and right now we're living these big buildings that you're constructing, these monolithic monsters that that you're constructing. They're so heavy and they weigh down on the earth. Everything is so. Why does it have to be so heavy? It's just the heat. You can feel it. That's making it worse. But I think you should institute an arts district. You should spend a lot of money on it because a lot of people who are working there in those years, 80s, 90s, early 2000s, they put down a lot of money, a lot of energy and effort, and then they got shown the door. No, there was no door. It was like Gaza or something, And speaking of Gaza, the last thing is Goya did a series of prints called The Disasters of War, 1805, when Napoleon Bonaparte sent troops over to Spain. And Goya recorded that using etchings. And when I saw Gaza on the screen, I immediately thought about Goya and the disasters de la guerra. It's just terrible. Okay.
Mr. Cajero. Ethan Alcock.
I'm Ethan Alcock. I'm a resident of Tucson. I speak for myself. It's great to be here. I'm a political organizer and a canvasser, so I get the chance to talk to a lot of voters here in the community. And I wanted to share a bit about what they've told me because many of them can't be here every time. When I ask people what they want to see in the city, one of the most common answers I get is that they want a solution to homelessness. And everyone knows that homelessness is a problem here in our city. So that's no surprise, but the voters I've talked to are actually pretty specific in what they want. They want more funding for shelters, for housing services, and they're concerned about rent going up. And they know intuitively that arresting and finding people who are living on the streets is not a real solution. And to your credit, the city has invested some in real housing first solutions, such as the Amphi First Resource Center. And that stuff is really important for Tucsonans, and I know that because I canvass the Amphi neighborhood pretty consistently. It's stuff that matters a lot to people who are living on the ground and dealing with these problems. But it's not nearly enough. We have much bigger problems than that can just deal with. Tucson is currently spending about $228 million from the general fund on the Tucson Police Department and Sheriff's Office, and only about $10 million on housing and community development. And that really shows some of where Tucson's priorities are right now. And then to boot, Tucson Police Department used that money to displace unhoused people recently, which only makes the problem worse. And no judgment to the police officers here in the building, but I don't want them sweeping unhoused people, making arrests, finding people. That is not a real solution to homelessness. So on behalf of the people of Tucson, I ask for a more moral budget, one that funds things like the Amphi Housing First Resource Center and does not fund more police. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alcock. Mr. Alcock, we have to correct the record on some wrong numbers that you have. So I just want to ask our city manager, Mr. Tamir, about the funding for housing community development, including Housing First, general fund, and any other federal funds allocated for the purposes of unsheltered homelessness and affordable housing.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For the FY25 budget that's proposed, there's $129 million of all funding sources toward housing programs, which includes $9 million toward the Housing First program. As far as things that are in process, we have a number of projects, and I know they take some time to complete, but we have about 1,200 new housing units under construction or in development in the city, which will help move the needle on that, and about 750 units of rehabilitation or affordable housing, new or rehabilitation by the community partners in Tucson. For the Housing First budget breakdown, shelter projects in development, we've purchased the Econo Lodge, and there's a $4 million allocation to get that set up for Housing First services. We are in the final stages of closing on the Salvation Army facility to the tune of $3.5 million. And the Amphi Station 8, which is the Housing First Center in Amphi, there is $3 million in process for that. We have 2.45 million for the Continuum of Care funding to support street outreach, coordinated entry assessment, and permanent supportive housing programs. $350,000 for HUD emergency housing voucher funding to support housing navigation services for PHA participants. $1.37 million from the Cindy General Fund to satisfy non-federal matching requirements in emergency shelter operations. About $543,000 in HUD Emergency Solutions Grant and Community Development Block Grant, or CDBG, funds to support street outreach and housing navigation services. We've also acquired $2.62 million in state funds to support emergency shelter, summer heat relief, shower trailer, and housing navigation programs, and $1.8 million of ARPA-enabled general funds to support hotel, shelter, and bridge housing. These are just a summary of the things that we have included in the FY25 budget. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Alcock, for coming, and thank you for your support of Amphi Resource Center. We're working hard to create a low-barrier shelter at the abandoned Salvation Army building in South Tucson, and we will need your help to make sure that goes through. Thank you for coming. Absolutely, it's nothing that we, not everything that we need. You've got your time to talk. Let me finish myself. Our next speaker is Barbara Warren.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Barbara Warren, and I support the continuation of free bus ride services for the following reasons. There are many people, especially low-income members of our community, who do not have cars and depend on the buses for transportation to get their fragile income producing jobs. With our increasingly hotter climate, we are witnessing more cases of hospitalizations for heat illness and higher rates of extreme heat causes of death in our community. We know that we are living in an increasingly warmer climate, and it is dangerous, often life-threatening, and for people to have to walk major distances in very hot weather to get to work. Thanks to our Congressman Grijalva and others, the Asuncion Valdivia Worker Heat Protection Act has been enacted to require protection of workers from extreme heat on their jobs. But what about workers trying to get to their jobs, but do not have cars and cannot afford bus fare? Thanks to Congressman Grijalva and also others, but coming out of the COVID era, we need to help our citizens and businesses thrive by reducing barriers to increased development and economic health. Placing financial and health risk barriers to transportation, accessibility to jobs, and household, family, and shopping chores will not help our economic recovery or improve the health of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Warren. This is going to be our last speaker, Donald Tillman.
I'm just confused and bewildered why I'm here because I hear the city manager talking about compassion, and I hear this young lady talking about nobody's doing anything for the homeless. And then I'm here to talk about an ordinance that prevents people to help the homeless at the parks. So I don't understand how this young lady's saying that you're not doing enough, but you don't want anybody else to do anything. I just I can't wrap my mind around that. I want to read a couple things here for a couple seconds. Whosoever is kind and lends to the poor is lending to the Lord and will reward them for what they have done. Whosoever shuts their ears to the cry of the poor will also cry out and not be answered. The generous will themselves be blessed, for they share their food with the poor. Now, if you don't want to do it, let somebody else do it. I'm not complaining about you not doing anything, but don't stop me. That's like you're criminalizing compassion. Makes no sense to me.
Thank you so much to all those attending. Call to the audience. We're going to move on to item 7, which is consent agenda.
Consent agenda items A through I.
Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read consent agenda items, and then I'd like to request that we consider item H separately.
Yes, Your Honor. Item A is approval of minutes. Item B is an intergovernmental agreement, IGA, with the Arizona Department of Environmental Quality for funding of Citation Wash Crossing at Chrysler Avenue. Item C is a final plat, S-22072, Oracle Gateway, lots 1 through 7. Item D is a final plat, S-22068, Emerald Subdivision, lots 1 through 3. Item E is Planning and Development Services, Vale Christian Church Phase 2, alternate wash slope treatment. Item F has been continued at the request of staff. Item G is a Tucson Code Amendment, Section 7-514 and 7-525, relating to towing from private property. Item H, which will be considered separately, is a Tucson Code Amendment, consideration of Tucson's heat protection ordinance for city contractors and ordinance adoption. Item I is a Tucson Code adoption of compensation plan for fiscal year 2025 annual compensation plan. An appropriate motion would be to adopt items A through G and I.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second, Your Honor.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, we need to go to roll call.
Mr. Cunningham? Aye. Ms. Mixulic?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dahl?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee? Aye. Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. The item on the consent agenda are approved by a vote of 7-0. We're considering item H separately.
Item H is a Tucson Code Amendment, consideration of Tucson's heat protection ordinance for city contractors ordinance adoption.
Alrighty, I requested this item separately because we did have a good number of individuals wanting to speak about this item. So I just want to consider that piece and give them an opportunity to speak about the heat ordinance. What I do know, and I'll call those wanting to speak about these, I have Jared McMurrick. If you want to come up, I'm going to give him about 1 minute to speak on this, on these items. If you hear your name, please come up here and take the mic. So Jarrett McMurrick, Paul Stapleton Smith, Jason Sangster, Shannon Foley, I believe, Shannon Foley, Jared Weaver, and then Marta Reyes. All righty. Hello, how are you, Mr. McMurrick?
Not bad. How you doing?
Good, thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having us. Yeah, I'm Council Ortega, Mr. Tamir. Nice to meet you all. I just want to let you guys know, it's funny, when I was a kid, I always thought Tucson had the funniest name. I thought it had to be because it's so hot here, there's two suns, you know, when I was a kid. But but our Tucson summers here, you know, we regularly see 100 degrees more, and in combination with the high winds, it can be incredibly brutal, if you will. Some of you guys may have experienced this going to lunch, if you will. Our careers have forced us to work in the outdoors for hours, weathering the climate, and our goal is to utilize this heat ordinance to increase our safety, which will in turn increase our efficiency. And that's such an odd statement, isn't it? That safety increases efficiency, but that's exactly what it did at Fire Fleet. And so I work on all the ladder trucks and fire pumpers, and years ago it used to take us 2 to 4 days to complete a service on a ladder truck. They put up shade. Now it only takes us a day to 2 days. So it has the potential to do that. So please let us have a voice in it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Brian.
Mr. Stapleton Smith.
Madam Mayor and Council, I want to thank you very, very much for all of the work, the collaboration, Fatima Luna, Eric Garcia. We have been working on this very, very hard together with city and county and the combined resources. That interagency cooperation and your ability to summon them to common goals and purposes, enormously important. I'm the political legislative director for IATSE 336 and also represent the Health and Safety Committee for Jobs with Justice. I want to thank you. I want to thank your staff very, very much for all of these combined efforts.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Shannon Foley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. I'm speaking definitely not from an adversarial point, but just looking for expansion. This is a beautiful policy. We appreciate that you have brought this forward, but we're hoping that we can expand this to include city and county workers, specify both indoor and outdoor work sites, language on anti-retaliation provision, worker access to copy of health safety plan in preferred language, training in preferred language, and require a heat illness prevention committee and worker reporting spokesperson at a work site, and an advisory committee, including Fatima Luna as co-chair with Pima County Department Director, Dr. Terry Colon. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Foley. Mr. Jason Sangster.
Hello, Mayor, Council. My name is Jason Sangster. I'm the business manager for Ironworkers Local 75. During my 21 years as an ironworker, I have worked on plenty of job sites in which workers were asked to complete tasks at 110 degrees weather with no access to cool, clean water or shade or place to rest. Guaranteeing workers access to shade, place to rest might seem like a simple fix, but please know that the ordinance is going to need improved. The ordinance is going to improve the quality of life for many of our brothers and sisters that are working outdoors, especially during the summer months. Ironworkers Local 75 would like to thank Mayor, Council, staff for all the hard work on this ordinance. We ask that you approve the ordinance, that it can be properly enacted before the upcoming summer months. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sangster. Marta Reyes.
Good evening. My name is Marta Reyes. I've been a Tucson resident for over 24 years, and I'm here to speak in favor of the heat ordinance. We live in a place where it gets over 110 degrees, and our weather becomes unbearable sometimes. We need to ensure that we take the right steps to protect our workers, our parents, our siblings who work outside every day in the heat. And we have to make sure that this ordinance gets done according to Tucson workers' needs. So thank you for taking a step forward to protect outside workers in our community that have endured the hot weather for so many years. I hope you continue to seek input and guidance from your community like you have been doing. Thank you for all your work.
Thank you, Ms. Reyes. Garrett Weaver?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My name is Garrett Weaver. I am a resident of Tucson. I'm a resident of Ward 6. I'm here to, not paid to speak, and I'm here to speak for myself. First of all, Council Member Ulich, thank you for stepping forward to represent our ward. I speak in favor of the heat ordinance. Our summers are not getting cooler. We are getting warmer in this region, and the heat ordinance fills a gap in our labor protections, and I support this ordinance. I also support the heat action plan that was proposed during the study session. Has a lot of great measures, including a advisory council for heat planning, and I think that's really important to involve the public and get more input from members of the public. And there are, and I support the measure to improve or expand workforce development. We're going to be experiencing, we need to improve our structures to prepare for hotter temperatures in the future, and I support that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weaver. And thank you all to those that have shown up to express their support. I would like to especially thank, I'm really excited that we're doing this. This is an incredible movement forward. Of course, Fatima Luna, our climate resilience, our chief resilience officer, and her entire team. Eric Garcia from my office that really put together a lot of engagement with the groups that are here to represent workers. This is a really good step forward, and having a heat action plan is something that we need in our community. I thank my colleagues on the council for their incredible support to move on this as quickly as we possibly could. Our city manager and his team for really giving the go to have this happen. Even though the city of Tucson is passing this ordinance and working on our own employees and those that contract with city of Tucson taxpayer funds to follow these rules, there are no federal laws specifically protecting workers from extreme heat. Arizona does not have heat protections for workers that mandate shade, water breaks, rest, acclimatization periods, and other protections to prevent heat-related illnesses. And although OSHA recommends that workers be given short, frequent breaks to prevent heat-related illnesses, the agency does not require rest breaks. So according to the University of Arizona and the work that we're doing with the U of A, the average annual temperature for Tucson has increased by 4.5 degrees Fahrenheit since 1970 due to climate change and urban heat island effect. Here at the city of Tucson, we are leading with this ordinance and heat action plan, and we absolutely intend to continue working with organizations and labor unions and the community at large, including the business community, to make sure that we are protecting workers that work for the city of Tucson or that contract with the city of Tucson. So thank you to all of the organizations and groups that worked with us to make sure that we put the language together for this ordinance to happen. So with that, I would like to ask one of my colleagues to make a motion to move and approve this ordinance.
Madam Mayor, I move that we adopt and pass and adopt ordinance number 12100.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Councilmember Ulick.
Just very quickly, if I could ask the manager, it's my understanding, and I believe Councilmember Fimbres raised this question prior to the meeting, that city employees and contractors would be covered through an administrative directive that would reflect the contents of the ordinance essentially?
Mayor, Councilor Mook, that's correct. We will establish the administrative directive that will set the stage and the parameters for this, consistent with the policy from the mayor and council.
Thank you.
If none, we need to go to roll call.
Vice Mayor Dahl?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mixulic?
Aye.
Mix Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Item passes by a vote of 7-0. Thank you all for your incredible help with this. Item 8.
Public hearing zoning TP ENT 1123043 Pantano Storage East Golf Links Road C1 to C2. Ordinance adoption, ordinance number 12092.
City Manager's Communication Number 153, dated June 4th, is received into and made part of the record. This is the time and place legally advertised for a public hearing to modify the last approved preliminary development plan and rezoning conditions. The applicant is requesting to rezone a 2.33 acre property from C1 commercial to C2 commercial for the purpose of a multi-story self-storage facility. Will staff be making a brief presentation before we begin the public hearing? No? No, okay, thank you. Alrighty, so we do not have a staff presentation and we will commence the public hearing. Speakers are limited to 5-minute presentations. Please come forward when I call your name and make your presentation. State your name and whether you live in the city of Tucson or not, whom you are representing, and whether or not you are a paid speaker. We have one card? Yes. Alrighty. May I ask Alex Rivera to come up to the mic, please?
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, City Council. I hope you are all doing well. So I'm Alex Rivera. I live in Ward 4. I'm actually in their neighborhood that's to the south of where this project is going to be built. This building is 100,000 square feet. It's 100 times larger than the majority of the houses in the neighborhood. And it's on the north side. So the way the neighborhood is set up, there's a bunch of windows facing the north side, which give us a pretty good clear view of the mountain. However, this building is going to be the only 3-story building in the vicinity. So I think even under the guidelines of C2, it doesn't fall under what would be compatible with the surrounding area. So all I'm asking is that you safeguard the interest of the neighborhood. This is my home. So I would really like this to be denied and to be kept as a C2 so that it is a minimal impact to the surrounding neighborhood. Also, a thing of note is the majority of the neighborhood was vacant in people buying and selling houses during the time when they were sending out the notices to oppose the switch. All right, thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rivera. Really appreciate it. Is there anyone else in the audience wishing to be heard on this item? Alrighty, seeing none, may I request a motion to close the public hearing, please?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion passes. The public hearing is closed. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 12092 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 12092 relating to zoning, amending zoning district boundaries in the area located on the south side of East Golf Links Road, approximately 1,000 feet east of Pantano Parkway, in case TP ENT 112300043, C1 to C2, and setting an effective date.
What is the council's pleasure?
Mayor, would it be okay if I gave an opportunity for anyone from Lazarus and Sylvan if they wanted to address the concerns that were just brought up and make any other comments on this?
Romero, Vice Mayor Dahl, members of the council, Rory Juneman. I'm with Lazarus and Sylvan, 5983 East Grant Road. We represent the property owner. The gentleman who spoke is correct. The project that we've proposed is a 3-story building. It's about 35 feet, a little over the height that's allowed in C1. The reason that we're asking for that extra height is because C1 allows personal storage, but it doesn't allow multi-story storage projects. This is on a strip on golf links that has about 30,000 cars a day. It's a very busy strip, but it's been vacant for a long time. In the last 2 years, we've gone through, there's been 3 rezonings in this area, one for a tire center, one for a car wash, and now for our storage. So while this is a tall building, the storage projects are really very, they don't have a lot of nuisances. They don't get very much traffic. They're very quiet. The architecture is designed to look nice. So the impact on the surrounding neighborhoods is very minimal. It is a taller building, that is true, but the way that this property sits is kind of in a low area. So when we've had public meetings in the past, that issue hasn't come out. For this project, though, we had a neighborhood meeting. The only person that showed up was the president of the Mesquites at Pantano HOA. He didn't have an issue with it. Nobody spoke at our zoning examiner hearing, so really the public comments to date have been extremely limited. So, Councilmember Lee, if there's anything else, I'm happy to answer that.
No, I appreciate you just addressing the concerns, and appreciate you being here to make those concerns known. So I would like to thank Pantano Storage, Rory and Robin with Lazarus and Sylvan, and the neighborhood for working together on this and the 2 adjacent commercial parcels that were previously approved by this mayor and council. The rezoning we have before us will complete this corridor of vacant land, as Rory mentioned. Consistent with the other parcels, this property will have a 6-foot wall surrounding the project site to screen the neighbors to the south and east as best as possible, as well as landscaped border areas planted with drought-tolerant vegetation and 2 rainwater harvesting basins along the west and northwest edge of the site. Pantano Storage is proposing an indoor air-conditioned storage project with enhanced architecture, minimal vehicle traffic, and almost all loading and unloading occurring in the interior of the building. So with that, Mayor, I move we adopt ordinance 12092 and approve the requested C2 zoning subject to the conditions in attachment A and the ordinance.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none, we need to go to a roll call.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Zulik?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dahl?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 12092 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 9.
Public hearing, zoning, TP MOD 1223031 Walmart, East Wetmore Road, and First Avenue, C3, major change to preliminary development plan, ordinance adoption, ordinance number 12093.
City Manager's Communication Number 154, dated June 4th, is received into and made part of the record. This is the time and place legally advertised for a public hearing to discuss a major change to the preliminary development plan for the purpose of expanding and reconfiguring an older existing Walmart store located within a shopping center at the northwest corner of Wetmore Road and First Avenue. Will staff be making a brief presentation before we begin the public hearing? No. Okay. So do we have any speaker cards?
Yes, Your Honor.
Alrighty, speakers are limited to 5-minute presentations. Please come forward when I call your name and make your presentation. State your name, whether you live in the city, whom you are representing, and whether or not you are a paid speaker. Our first speaker will be Rosemary Bolea. Rosemary?
Madam Mayor, I'm not Rosemary, obviously.
I can see that.
I thought that as the applicant, we'd get to speak. I'm sorry that I didn't fill out a...
I think we'll leave that to the end.
Okay.
And that'll give you a better chance to respond to anything that is said. So
Perfect.
we'll
Sorry
start
about
with a public hearing and then give you an opportunity at the end. So is Rosemary in attendance?
My last name's Bolsa.
Bolza? Okay, I misread then. Rosemary Bolza.
Yes, I'm a resident of Tucson. I live in Ward 3, and I live a ways from there, but my grandson is there. And so I can understand people not being excited about Walmart, because personally, I shop at the food co-op. I invested money in their new entrance, and it's very nice. But the reality is that if you don't approve this expansion, it's not going to hurt Walmart. And Walmart's agreed for a pedestrian crossing, and that would be much safer for my grandson who lives close to this. And I also feel like the amenities of the solar panels and the trees would really help the heat island effect. And I'm hoping that you approve this expansion because of the amenities it'll bring to the neighborhood. And there are many families that live south of Wetmore, and if they're able to walk to the store and get some fresh produce, get their hygiene supplies, and walk home, I think this starts the process that we want the city to have, where people can walk for their necessities. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bolza. Melissa Law.
Good evening, Mayor Romero and City Council members. My name is Melissa Law. I am a county resident, but I'm the president of Larson Baker. We own Tucson Place Shopping Center and have done so since 2000. I've worked on this expansion for 17 years, literally my entire career. It's taken that long for the center and the tenants to be in the right place for an expansion. We didn't throw in the towel after maybe 12 years because we know this expansion is foundational to the future success of Tucson Place and our center. Tucson Place is like a lot of centers in town. It was built in the mid-'80s. It's got tired facades. It's got tired parking lots. There haven't been a lot of changes. There's not a ton of landscaping, not a lot of trees. There really hasn't been meaningful updates in a while. Each year, vandalism gets worse, theft gets worse. It gets a little bit harder to keep our existing tenants or existing businesses thriving and successful. It gets a little harder to bring in new tenants to our center. We recognize as retail developers that if we do not change, we die. If we do not evolve to the wants and needs of our businesses and the neighborhoods that patronize our centers, we cease to be relevant. Tucson Place serves such an important need for the neighborhoods that surround it. That's what we really learned when we've reached out over the last 2 years to get the neighbors' feedback and their support. I spoke with retired residents who say they literally walk to the center every day to do their shopping. That an investment in this center, the investment that Walmart would make and we would make in improving the center, increasing the landscaping, adding a hawk and pedestrian access, would really make their shopping experience better, that it would give them another value choice for groceries, that it would provide a more accessible route to walk the store and the center. The investment would show them that we believe in this area, that we believe and we know that they deserve a better shopping experience. So few centers have this opportunity, the opportunity that Tucson Place has now. This expansion isn't really about Walmart. Walmart has had their presence here for 40 years. This is about supporting an investment in an area in decline, supporting a $50 million shot in the arm to this that will trickle down to the businesses that are in the area, every resident in the area, that will re-energize a tire intersection and center and set in motion really a positive era of investment, renovation, and energy. Investment really begets more investment, and we will see that as a result of this expansion. We were thrilled and grateful to have the neighbors and surrounding businesses support, because we know that above all else, this council and you, Mayor Romero, you care deeply about what its constituents and what its neighborhoods want to see in their neighborhoods. So I hope you hear, and we have other people supporting, that show that this project has wide support from the neighborhood, from the surrounding businesses and the stakeholders in the area. It's got the support of development services, and it has the zoning examiner's recommendation for approval. I am here today, 17 years in the making, asking for your help to make Tucson Place a better version of itself, for us, for our tenants, for the entire community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Law. Mr. George Larson? George Larson?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Excuse me, I didn't hear that. Good evening, Mayor Romero, City Council members. My name is George Larson. I live in the city. I don't have the words of worth to change your mind in 2 minutes, but I have an observation. And that observation is that you are top executives of a corporation. If it were a corporation and not a city, it would be in the top 50 of the whole country. And what I'm hoping that you will do is put aside any personal preferences and say, what would be the best thing to do for the million people that are really your employees in the city? And in my mind, it seems to me that you're a weighing group, and you're weighing the disadvantages, and there are some, to the advantages that would come to the city if Walmart, instead of having what's called a Generation 1 store, which is obsolete, would have a new store that would have life for many more years, would serve the community, and would help the whole city. So as the weighing machine, all I can ask you to do is weigh carefully, and thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. Osvaldo Silva?
Good evening. Thank you for having me. My name is Osvaldo Silva. I'm a Tucson resident, and I am one of the owners of La Botana Tacos on First and Webner. I am here to ask for the approval for the Walmart expansion and how it would benefit our family-owned business. Having big box stores in a plaza is what encouraged us to move recently. We were 14 years at a plaza at 3200 North First Avenue, the northeast corner of First and Fort Lowell. And if you had a chance to look at that plaza today, we had to make the move. We have to make the move. As the businesses in that plaza started to move out, the homeless community started to move in. It affected our business a lot. Trash every day, which I have pictures of. I can show you tons of pictures that we have. Drugs every day, unfortunately, for those people. Problems every day, panhandling every day. Tons of homeless people, which we feel for and pray for every day. My request is real simple today. I am 100% sure that the city of Tucson needs small businesses' tax dollars. In our case, we are in business to provide a safe and clean environment to our customers in and outside of the restaurant. Having a big box store like Walmart helps us immensely, as they would invest huge amount of dollars in bettering the plaza. A nice and well-kept plaza makes customers feel safe. If customers feel safe, they come and consume our products. If the customer consumes our products, we have sales that guarantee the city of Tucson tax dollars. Please help me and other small businesses that are there to get the approval, and I guarantee sales tax dollars every month to the city of Tucson. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Silva. Arsenio Islas.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Arsenio Islas. I've been working for Safeway 1983 here in Tucson for over 15 years. I'm a member of UFCW Local 99. I'm here tonight to share my opposition and to propose expansion of the Walmart at Webner Road and First Avenue. As a longtime Safeway employee, I've found value in having a union path, fair wages, and affordable health care coverage, and ability to live and work in Tucson with dignity. However, in proposed Walmart expansion is approved, I am worried about the future of my store and other union grocery stores in our city. Walmart has spent decades building an empire on the back of working people, lowering standards of living for groceries and warehouses workers across the country. Their aggressive and exploiting pricing models can make it difficult for union organized employees like mine to compete. If the pending Kroger-Albertsons merger is approved in the fall, as many expect, I worry that my increased competition from a newly renovated Walmart could lead to nearby store closures that would result in loss of hundreds of union jobs and would disastrous for working Tucsonians, our families, and the communities we serve. If the Kroger-Albertsons merger is not approved, the size of the prosperous expansion of this is still a cause of concern. According to the public availability documents, Walmart expansion area would increase the footprint of the store by 28,500 square feet. While this is 10% of the store's current size, it is 40% of the nearest Fry's located on First Avenue in Roger. Allowing the Walmart expand to this degree would significantly impact how our community lives and shops. So please consider voting against this proposed expansion so that we can protect families like mine. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Tamer Pixley's. I'm going to really not do this correctly, so I believe it's Tamor. And you could tell us your complete name.
Sure, Tamar Pixley Smith. Hi, I'm Tamar. I'm the president of the Limberlost Neighborhood Association. I got involved with the board because I was really concerned about the lack of pedestrian and bike accessibility in my neighborhood. I live across the street from a park and just a few blocks from the Rito River Loop, and there are no bike lanes or crosswalks to get to either place safely. I have a son who has Down syndrome and autism. He loves going to the park and riding bikes, and I worry greatly about his safety. I have sent concerned emails, met with the Department of Transportation, and ultimately I joined the board of my neighborhood association in order to try to get things changed. Thankfully, the city has heard us, and there are some positive changes that are coming to our neighborhood, but one that we haven't been able to get any traction on is a request that has been made for over a decade for a pedestrian hot crossing across Wetmore to the shopping center across the street. We were told by the city that someone would have to be killed in traffic in order for there to be funding for this pedestrian crossing. And we've had several people jokingly offer this at our neighborhood association meetings because this is something that is really needed for our community. Then Walmart approached us about their upcoming expansion project, and they listened to our requests. Most recently, they have agreed to fully fund the Hawk if the expansion is approved. I can't tell you how overjoyed our neighborhood is at this news. Over the last 6 months, we've had multiple meetings with our neighbors to discuss upcoming projects, and everyone has felt positively about this expansion. While we have many big box stores already in our neighborhood, including a Super Target that has a full grocery store, for those who don't have transportation, there isn't anything in that area that's within a comfortable walking distance. The current grocery offerings at Walmart are slim, and there's no fresh produce. In addition, the building is old and dated, and the parking lot is hot and unsheltered. The improvements Walmart is proposing with this expansion would be a huge benefit to our neighborhood. It would update the shopping center, which is in desperate need of it, would add shade trees and solar, and most importantly, it would provide pedestrian and bike access, not only to its store, but to the Rito River Loop that is located directly behind it. Most importantly, Walmart is willing to do what our city is not. It is willing to fully fund a pedestrian hawk light. As a representative of my neighborhood, I ask that mayor and council vote to approve the expansion of Walmart. We, the people who live in my neighborhood who are most directly impacted by this, are in enthusiastic support of this project. If you vote against this expansion, then I ask you on behalf of my neighborhood to find another way to fund the Hawk so that our neighborhood can safely access the shopping center and loop. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Nancy Rule.
Honorable Mayor Romero and council.
Can
My
you
name-
speak closer to the mic? Thank you.
I've not done this before. Just a little nervous. My name is Nancy Rule. I have lived 54 years at 4309 North Radin Avenue in the Limberlost neighborhood. I am a past board member of the Limberlost Neighborhood Association. I want to express my support for the Walmart expansion. Our neighborhood sees the renovation of the store as a good thing, as it will upgrade a 35-year-old store that many of us in the neighborhood use. For years, our neighborhood has requested a hawk crossing at Wetmore Road and 4th Avenue. This crossing is important to our neighborhood because Wetmore Road is extremely busy, and it is difficult for anyone to go to 1st Avenue or Stone Avenue to cross. I volunteer for Lend a Hand, a 501c3 senior assistance program, so I am aware how helpful and important a hawk crossing would be for the clients in the neighborhood, since many of them no longer drive. What is nice about the new Walmart is it will allow these people to do their grocery and other personal shopping in one convenient location, one-stop shopping. With a hawk crossing, they can get there easily and independently. We also have the new townhouses on 4th Avenue, San Junipero, and those living there would benefit from this crossing as well. With Walmart's support, we are hopeful that the long-desired hawk crossing can become a reality. Please support our neighborhood by voting to approve this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Rule. All right, William Kelly.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor Romero, for allowing me to speak. I'm William Kelly. I am not a resident of Tucson, although I did grow up in Tucson and graduated from Rincon High School. And I represent myself, and I am the CFO of Diamond Ventures, but this is on my watch right now, personally. In my role as CFO and asset manager for commercial and industrial projects, I have had the benefit of working with companies like Target, like Walmart, and I found them to be incredibly cooperative in getting things done and creating a real sense of community. On our Eastside Houghton project, we have 19 pads in front of Walmart, many local businesses. Not one failure has happened in that situation. So it's been remarkable, that particular location. We sadly, in early 2020, bought 800 Wetmore. COVID really threw us a very cruel blow. The office leasing market is just not what it used to be in any way, shape, or form. I honestly believe that renovating the area, bringing new business in there, having Walmart do what it's going to do and bring more people to the area will help us in our 800 Wetmore. So I really support them coming to the area and would be very appreciative if you voted in approval of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Phil Skiglings, I believe it is. I'm so sorry. Phil? Yes. Yeah, come on up. Skillings? Skillings, okay. Come on up.
Good evening. My name's Phil Skillings.
native Tucsonan, born here, raised here, never left the community, went to high school, college. I love Tucson. I think it's a great community to live in. As a native Tucsonan, Mr. Ortega, I'd like to thank you for your service to our community for all these years. Best of wishes to you. I'm here representing the Tucson Place's closest neighbor, commercial neighbor, potentially. There's no road between us. It's the office building located at 333 East Webner. It's a 6-story office building. The ownership of that building has made a substantial investment over the last 7 years into that building and into the community. So I'm here tonight on behalf of the office building to voice our support of the Walmart expansion. We really believe that upgrading the shopping center, doing the remodel, will be extremely positive for the surrounding community, including the office building at 333 East Wetmore. So I've listened to the people who've come up here and have spoken on open mic, and I fully appreciate where they're coming from, and I agree wholeheartedly with them. So really, in conclusion, on behalf really of the closest neighbor of Tucson Place and Walmart, I really hope the mayor and council supports the expansion of the Walmart shopping center. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Skillings. Ronald Youssef Fahad. Oh my God.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Ronald Youssef Najad. I'm a local resident of Tucson. Immigrated here when I was 3 years old, went to Amphi High School, went to the University of Arizona, and started a local business in 2009 with my business partner, Joe Genova. And we've owned Prestige Fitness, which is an adjacent local fitness center to help better people's lifestyles here in Tucson now for 16 years. And we're adjacent to Walmart. For us, as a local business, this Walmart expansion is important because it helps build the community of businesses around it. Having a new facade, having a new area where there's better landscaping, more offerings for customers from groceries, et cetera, is gonna help drive foot traffic, not just to my business, but all the other businesses, because it helps increase just traffic in general for the businesses, and that's really important. Over the last 3 or 4 years, I've met Kevin Dahl many times. We've had a lot of meetings about the increase in crime activity around that area because we're right by the wash. And having this Walmart here come in and redo the structure that they're planning on doing is gonna help lessen that. It's gonna help increase the value of people wanting to come back to those shopping areas, and that's important. I have a staff of almost 40 people with families, and having that type of traffic to help increase business is gonna be very important. And also, in turn, increasing business in general is very important, obviously, right? Adding that grocery component to Walmart is gonna help increase jobs. Having more jobs is gonna help increase more people needing more things, and in turn, help increase the economy. And I'm a big proponent of a business. This is what I do. I'm not a paid speaker. I'm just here as a local business owner trying to show my support for other businesses, no matter who they are. If it's the local taco store, the local gym, the local Walmart, it's very important. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. Because for us, being there in that same location for 15 years, I've seen the changes that have happened over time. And having a new facade is going to be very impactful. So I hope you guys vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. That was the last card that I had for this public hearing. Is there anyone else in the audience wishing to be heard on this item? Come on up.
Good evening. My name is Kim Smith. I lived in Tucson for a year in my early 20s before relocating to Phoenix for law school. I spent my first career as a court-appointed attorney representing indigent defendants, then shifted in 2017 to aerospace contract management, And then I returned to Tucson in 2021 after my mom passed away, and I've been working these last several years as a principal contract specialist for Raytheon, working from home on Cayenne, Arizona. I also serve as treasurer on the board of the Limberlost Neighborhood Association, and I'm speaking here tonight, I guess on their behalf, but probably wider on Tucson as a whole. I don't understand what kind of objections you might get in response to an offer to invest millions of dollars in our town. This Walmart has already offered to build a connection point to the Riverwalk behind their store, and as of today, they've provided a written commitment to invest upwards of $400,000 in a crosswalk that would ensure pedestrian safety on Wetmore Road. I can only assume that these objections are coming from local grocery unions, at least by and large. And to that, Target, they don't get a vote. That's the pot calling the kettle black. Sprouts, Trader Joe's, they both serve a population base that doesn't tend to shop at Walmart. And I could be wrong, but I don't see that changing. And Fry's will take a hit. But that Fry's location is grossly outdated. And if we're lucky, a Walmart expansion project will trigger an upgrade that should have been done 10 years ago. If historical precedent is true, that would be the first on a long list of investors clamoring to invest surrounding properties in that area. I understand that as mayor, your job is to represent all of the interests in our community. But I also understand that in the end, your greater duty is to Tucson as a whole. I don't understand how any decision to reject an offer from an outside investor to spend millions of dollars upgrading our community could possibly serve the best interests of Tucson. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others wanting to speak on this item? Alrighty. So I would ask for a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved?
Second.
There's a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Any discussion on this? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? Any others wanting to speak on this item? We're getting some feedback. Alrighty. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 12093 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 12093 relating to zoning, amending zoning conditions, preliminary development plan in the area located at the northwest corner of East Wetmore Road and First Avenue in case TP MOD 1123031, Walmart, East Wetmore Road and First Avenue, C3, and setting an effective date.
Alrighty, I need, Councilmember, I think you need to mute yourself. Yeah, there's some feedback coming from you. Thank you. What is the council's pleasure on this item? Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I will be supporting this expansion, but before I make the motion, I would like to make some comments and provide a little context as to how I arrived at this decision. When Walmart representatives first sat down with me and my staff last year and asked for my support for this expansion of an existing store, one that's over 30 years old, I told them that it would depend on what the neighbors and my colleagues thought about the expansion. In addition to meeting with the Limberlost neighborhood as required, we also requested that the applicant go through the zoning examiner process, including a public hearing, even though they were not required to do so. My office wrote an article about, in our newsletter, explaining the expansion request and asking for feedback. At the end of all this public engagement, my office received no opposition from any of the surrounding neighbors. All of the feedback from that area supported the expansion, especially if it came with improvements to the current shopping center. These improvements greatly increase pedestrian safety, shopping center accessibility, and more grocery options. In addition to these improvements, Walmart representatives agreed to request from my office to mitigate the heat island effect of their existing large asphalt parking lot by quadrupling the number of trees and vegetation required. Furthermore, they agreed to narrow the landscape palette down to more suitable native desert vegetation. During the past week and a half, I've received correspondence from the United Food and Commercial Workers, Jobs with Justice, and Union Grocery Workers, all asking that we deny the expansion. I want to say I appreciate everybody who reached out, and I can't argue in good faith with any of their points. They make excellent points. And for the record, I would like to say that personally, I'm not a fan of Walmart. I do not support their anti-union stance or their poverty wages they pay their employees. I choose not to shop there, and neither do any of my staff. So what it comes down to me is supporting my own personal stance on Walmart or the neighbors around this shopping center, and I choose the neighbors. It's a Walmart that's been in existence for over 3 decades. The neighborhoods surrounding it are mostly low income. It also happens to be next door to the Tohono Tadai bus station, making it easily accessible grocery option for nearby residents without personal transportation who can take the bus there. It's because of this support of the surrounding neighborhood and concessions that the generous concessions that Walmart has made, and they can afford them, let's be real, but they've made them. That it's because of these reasons that I'm going to support with this project. So with that, I move to support the zoning examiner's recommendation and move that we pass and adopt ordinance number 12093.
Second.
There's a motion and a second, and before we begin discussion, I did promise to Mr. Junman that I would give him time to speak. So, Mr. Junman, so sorry. Please.
Honorable Mayor Romero, Vice Mayor Dahl, members of the council, I will keep it brief. I was going to say a lot of what the speaker said, but they did a much better job than I could. Really what I wanted to say was, of course, this is an approval of a Walmart expansion, but it really is something that's going to have a significant impact on the rest of the center, the tenants in that center, the shoppers, the neighborhood, the businesses around it. It's much bigger than just an approval of one store. I also want to mention that a lot of the benefits here have come from our work with the vice mayor and his staff. As always, he was very nice, but he put a lot of pressure on us and was very kind of demanding throughout this process to make the project better. And I think what you have before you is an excellent project for the center, for the surrounding businesses, and particularly for the neighbors. This is a very unusual case in that throughout the process, I don't think I heard a single neighbor say that they didn't want this. They said they wanted the hawk, they had concerns that we answered, but there was almost unanimous support for this. We got over 600 petition signatures just in a couple weeks at the store for support. We did a survey that said there's about a 70% support in Ward 3 for this. It really is the most overwhelming support that I've seen for a case. So because of that, I think the scale really tips towards approval because your constituents are the ones that are going to most benefit from this approval. So with that, I thank you for your time, and we just respectfully request that you approve this case. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Junman. Alrighty. So there is a motion and a second, and this is the point for discussion. So, Councilmember Cunningham.
I've got some history with Walmart. In 2008, there was a rumor that was floating around that they had structured some of their wages so that a higher number of their employees took part in a kids care, which is a publicly provided healthcare plan. This brought great ire to my father, who was writing the state budget at the time, and the kids care budget was a bit higher. So that was one of the first things that I thought about. I also remember in the late 90s watching, it was on 2020 or 60 Minutes, one of them, and seeing how a Walmart would go into a smaller town and Main Street USA would get destroyed. And you think about those things and you associate yourself with the idea. I've only worked one job ever in my entire life where I wasn't a member of my union. And that was at Circle K when I was 19 years old. If you count, well, you got to count the U.S. Army, but 19 years old, I was at Circle K, and I actually tried to organize there and failed. But that's the only job. I've always been a member. And notwithstanding, the last thing that you do when you get elected as a guy like me is to go, I'm gonna go take up for Walmart. Those are not my core values. And here comes the big but there is a but, especially in this case. This case is unique on a few things. Number one is it's been there for 35 years. So as a result, we're not to been there at least 3 years. I got to meet Luai and Chris and Jody, who all have more than 30 years with that company. And I looked them in the eye and they talked about their experience. And so for me, that was a big piece to this. The other thing was I learned that there's several folks in the special needs community that will really benefit from this. And then today with the news of the Hawk Light, it's really hard to say, well, I hate Walmart so much, I'm not gonna do this. I think we get into a place where sometimes we have to weigh what our loyalties are, but also what is best for our city. Finally, my friend Kevin Dahl told me that this was good for the ward and this was good for his constituents and he's supporting it. And I trust his judgment. So ultimately, I know, right? Ultimately, this is one of the tougher votes that I've had to make, but all things, seeing everything holistically, I'm gonna support this motion and allow this investment. I think it isn't my side of town. And one other thing, La Botana, I'm so sorry I got up and left. I had to take care of something really quick, but I love your spot. And I'm not on that side of town often, but I always visit. So anyway, that's kind of where I'm at on this. And I know it's a little, I'm sure I'm gonna hear about it, but I think this is one of those times where you've gotta take everything into account and make the best decision possible. This is not an easy one, but I think that in this case, Horrible Evil Walmart has really stepped up and said, we actually care about Tucson. So let's let them explore that.
Councilmember Ulick?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to all the speakers and staff and everybody who's worked on this together. I consider myself a very pragmatic idealist, so I agree that this shouldn't be based on, do you like Walmart or not? Do you shop there or not? I visited the Walmart as well, and I visited the Sam's Club, which is kind of a stone's throw away, just to try and get a better understanding myself of the dynamics there. I worked in the 333 East Wetmore building. Actually, I technically still have an office there for almost the last 10 years. So I know this spot well. It does need more investment. There's no doubt about it. Having said that, I'm concerned about the scale of the Walmart being proposed. I worked very hard with Limberlost neighborhood, in fact, on the Super Target, the super center that's on the southwest corner of the neighborhood. And it's 99,000 square feet, has full groceries, a lot of amenities. This is not out of disrespect to the needs of the neighbors. I know that Hawk is needed. My concern is, and if the surveys had perhaps said, do you support this scale of a Walmart if it could mean that the Fry's won't invest because of the new competition but might close, then Campus Farm and Amphi and some of the neighbors in Limberlost might have had concern about that potential closure of the Fry's. It's hard to know what the dynamics created in the wider area would be, but I believe it's reasonable to be concerned about the fallout. I stopped by the Ace Hardware store. I think the restaurants and the fitness center, non-competing businesses, could do well there and benefit from the traffic. Probably businesses like an Ace Hardware or others that would be competing with the super center, maybe not so much. It's hard to know what the net impact would be. But the other thing that I'm concerned about, Oracle and Wetmore is already the intersection in the city with the third highest rate of vehicle accidents since 2018. And I know the area is not particularly safe for pedestrians or bicycles. I have a hard time believing that the traffic impact would be neutral. I also have a hard time believing that a single hawk crossing would be enough to make that area as safe as it is now, given what I believe would be a higher level of traffic along that Wetmore stretch of, so given the sort of potentials that I believe are very realistic for the loss of alternatives in the area to the neighborhoods, as well as some of those safety concerns, I will not be supporting the motion. Can I just also say, Vice Mayor Dahl, I really do respect the work that you've done, and I appreciate the engagement of the neighbors and the partners. We're all going to hear it, because there's no easy right decision here. We're all just trying to weigh what we believe to be the potentials held in this proposal. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any others? Councilman Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say on this item in particular, I was really moved by the broad support, everything from many neighborhood leaders to small businesses of varying services. So, between that and recognizing that I live way out on the east side of town and I'm not in this area very often, I really want to defer to the expertise of the folks living there and the businesses who are operating there and my colleague in his judgment and his process. And Kevin, I really respect your approach to arriving at your recommendation, and I'm happy to support you on this.
Any others? Alrighty. I just want to thank the Vice Mayor for your work. I believe that it is important work that you've done, and the participation from the local representatives of Walmart, Rory. You and your team have really done your homework. The Neighborhood Association, which is showing up tonight, I feel very uncomfortable with the expansion of the big box ordinance. The big box ordinance was created for a reason. And although the expansion meets the criteria of the big box ordinance when it was created, I want to encourage my colleagues on the council to remember why it was created by mayor and council to begin with. The reasons given by Council Member Ulig are something that I want to make sure that I attach myself to. The expansion will absolutely create more traffic. Absolutely, no doubt that it will create much more traffic. And although I absolutely appreciate the Vice Mayor working on sustainability pieces of our goals as a community, I am not comfortable with, even though the Hawk was this morning part of Walmart's package to pay, I believe First Avenue, and we all know this, First Avenue is one of the most dangerous streets for pedestrians in the entire city. This will continue to create additional traffic that doesn't protect other pieces of the connections for bicyclists and pedestrians. I too believe that other stores are going to be affected negatively. And, at the end of the day, it's not about taking a position against a neighborhood. It is my biggest question within all of this conversation is why Walmart as a corporation hasn't invested in our community in this specific area for the last 30 years. Why haven't they? And why is it now? when they stand to continue winning, as opposed to really thinking about the area neighbors, the area small businesses, and how they are affected, and really the families that live around it. Why now? And why didn't they think about being a good partner to our community 30 years ago? I'm not going to be supporting this item. And although I do appreciate the investments, I just don't think I can support this. So with that, if there are no other comments, I think it's appropriate, Ms. Clerk, to go to roll call.
Vice Mayor Dahl?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Sulik? No. Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dahl?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee? Aye. Sulik? Ms. Santa Cruz?
Nay.
Mr. Fimbres? Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Nay. Let me see. Item passes by a vote of 4-3. Thank you all so much for your work on this. Really appreciate you all. Alrighty, so we move on to item 10.
Public hearing, fiscal year 2024-2025 budget is tentatively adopted on May 21st, 2024, and increase to property tax levy.
City Manager's Communication Number 167, dated June 4th, is received into and made part of the record. This is the time and place legally advertised for a public hearing to discuss the City Manager's recommended budget and upcoming tentative budget for fiscal years 2024-2025. Will staff be making a brief presentation before we begin the public hearing?
No, Mayor, thank you.
All righty, thank you so much. Do we have any requests to speak?
No, Your Honor.
All righty, we do not have any requests to speak. Are there any individuals in the audience wishing to be heard on this item? I don't see anyone. May I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved, Your Honor.
Second.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on closing the public hearing? Hearing none. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. All righty. At this time, we will recess the regular meeting and convene a special meeting for the purpose of adopting the 2024-2025 budget. All righty. Ms. Clerk, you lead us through this.
Your Honor, first we'll go to roll call. Ms. Santa Cruz? Here. Mr. Cunningham?
Here.
Vice Mayor Dahl?
Here.
Mrs. Lee?
Here.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Go to roll call. Mixulik? Here. Mayor Romero?
Here.
Item 2 is a special meeting of the mayor and council as required by ARS, which is Arizona Revised Statutes, Title 42-17105A, adoption of fiscal year 2024-25 budget, resolution number 23773.
City Manager's Communication Number 170, dated June 4th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution 23773 by number and title only.
Resolution number 23773 relating to finance, finally determining and adopting estimates of proposed expenditures by the City of Tucson for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2024 and ending June 30th, 2025, declaring that together said expenditures shall constitute the budget of the City of Tucson for such fiscal year, approving the property tax levy amount and declaring that the 5-year capital improvement program CIP has been approved, with the first year of the CIP being adopted as part of the aforementioned budget.
What is the council's pleasure?
Your Honor, first of all, again, not to belabor that Mike Ortega's last budget, Mike Ortega's last, it's Mike Ortega week, Mike Ortega day, Mike Ortega month, but all those things aside, this is an outstanding budget. The 1.5% that we worked on this afternoon is a good thing. I move that we pass and adopt Resolution 23773, the 25 FY25 budget.
Second.
So there is a motion and a couple of seconds in there. Any further discussion on this item? All righty, hearing none. Do we have to go to roll call?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, let's go to roll call.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mixulik? Aye. Vice Mayor Dahl,
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz,
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres,
Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. Resolution 23773 passes by a vote of 7-0.
Mayor,
And we've come to the conclusion of this special meeting.
Mayor.
Yes,
Before you
Mr.
close,
Ortega.
thank you. I just wanted to give a quick shout out. Thank you for the accolades, but I want to give a quick shout out to Anna Rosenberry, our CFO, Angel Ozelman, our finance director, and their teams. As you know, and you mentioned during the study session, we've been at this since January, meeting with you every 2 weeks. And it just goes off without a hitch, which is amazing. But there's a whole group of folks that we have to give credit to, and I want to make sure we recognize them. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, and thank you to the team for putting really guiding us through this and hearing us and the input that we were given the time to do. So this special meeting is adjourned at this time. We will reconvene the regular meeting. Ms. Clerk, item 11.
Economic Initiatives, Cody Annexation District Ordinance Consideration, Ordinance Number 12096.
The City Manager's Communication Number 160, dated June 4th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Ordinance 12096 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 12096 relating to annexation, extending and increasing the corporate limits of the city of Tucson, Pima County, Arizona pursuant to provisions of Title IX, Chapter 4, Arizona Revised Statutes by annexing thereto the Cody Annexation District property owned by the state of Arizona and managed by the Arizona State Land Department, more particularly described in the body of this ordinance.
What is the council's pleasure?
Mayor and Mr. Rankin.
Hold on, Councilman. Councilmember Fimbres, can you please put yourself on mute? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Go.
Good job.
Question for the mayor and for Mr. Rankin. If permissible, I would like to make my comments for items 11 through 15 at one time and then make one motion that will combine items 11, 12, and 13. Following item 13, I'll make individual motions for items 14 and 15. Will that be okay?
Absolutely.
Okay, perfect. Disclaimer, my comments are a little lengthy, but I'll only have to say this one time instead of 5 times, so that should save us some time in the long run. I want to thank Karen, Wesley, Rob, and Carrie representing the State Land Department, Mike with the city's Economic Initiatives Office, the city's Planning and Development Service Team, and my staff, specifically Teresa, for working with the many stakeholders, including the residents in both the city of Tucson and the Vail area, Cactus Country RV Resort, the Vail School District, the Vail Chamber of Commerce, the Greater Vail Resources Food Bank, Davis-Monthan Air Force Base Leadership, and Carolyn and Chris with the Coalition for Sonoran Desert Protection. In July 2022, the mayor and council adopted the H2K pad, which brought in 2,160 acres of state land into the city of Tucson, zoned for park and light industrial, consistent with the surrounding area, which includes the University of Arizona Tech Park, Target Fulfillment Center, Amazon, and the Port of Tucson. What makes this piece of land a pivotal piece in Tucson's economic future is that it sits between the Union Pacific Rail and I-10 with easy access to both. This is the only piece of land with these assets and size in the entire state of Arizona, enabling us to attract large-scale employers who hold Tucson's values, meeting the balance of high-wage employment opportunities while protecting our environment. The State Land Department came back to the city of Tucson in 2023 requesting to add an additional 302 acres over the 3 properties we'll address tonight to the existing H2K pad, which will not only downzone those 3 properties from heavy industrial down to light industrial, but it'll create additional buffers between the property and the adjacent businesses and residents. Last year, the State Land Department requested to initiate the annexation process for the additional 302 acres. This mayor and council approved that request, but asked the State Land Department to wait until after the unincorporated Vail area residents could vote on the proposed Vail incorporation. State Land did as asked and used the additional year to have thoughtful conversations with all of the stakeholders, resulting in what we have before us today. Today, we have a package that includes substantial buffers and setbacks to the residential and commercial properties, Acacia Elementary School, and historic properties. We have downzoned away from heavy industrial zoning and ensured this community's sphere of land and air pollutants will not happen. We've created an economic corridor that is unlike any other in the state, positioning us to bring major employers into Tucson. And something I'm most excited about is the commitment to the restoration of the Julian Wash and a portion of Franco Wash with on-site mitigation and a unique commitment from state land for off-site mitigation with the Agua Verde Creek corridor, which was identified and prioritized by the Coalition for Sonoran Desert Protection. Through several community meetings and conversations, the neighborhood requested to exclude uses including no switching yard for rail service, no cannabis cultivation, no hazardous material manufacturing, and of course, no billboards. They also requested that 10 to 15 acres be set aside to scale municipal services in the area, specifically for public safety needs as the area grows. State land has agreed to all of these requests, and those items are currently written into the PAD. The PAD also states that once an end user is identified, the secondary planning phase begins, which requires the user to adopt design guidelines that address low-impact development and green infrastructure practices and strategies that include but are not limited to gray water, stormwater collection, building standards, energy use and consumption, rainwater harvesting, and a commitment to use a drought-tolerant and heat-resistant plant palette. The end user will also be required to include all future updates to the plan and existing city codes and ordinances at the time of development. Take a breath. Once again, I want to acknowledge and share my gratitude for everyone's hard work and time participating in this process and their commitment to continuing to participate in the future master planning steps. With that, I move we adopt Cody Ordinance 12096, Gabriel Ordinance 12097, and J Ordinance 12098 to allow the city to annex the 3 properties into the city of Tucson.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Councilmember Ulick.
Thank you, and thank you, Councilmember Lee, for your leadership on this. A huge annexation. In fact, my only concern is the scale. Just kidding. That was a really bad joke. No, that was a really bad joke. I really appreciate all the effort that everybody put into this. What a huge step for Tucson, and in such a responsible way to expand our boundaries, and tremendous leadership. So thank you.
Yeah, I'd too like to add that this type of work that has been done by both Councilwoman Lee and her staff, Lazarus Sylvan, of course, the Arizona State Land Department, our City of Tucson team, the Coalition for Sonoran Desert Protection, all of the neighborhoods that spent time looking at this, the other organizations really appreciate the quality of work done. This is an incredible opportunity for the City of Tucson in annexing this land. We need economic growth that is well thought out, that will create high-wage, long-term jobs. We need to make sure that we plan ahead and really thoughtfully do urban planning for how we want to grow and what type of opportunities we want to create for our community. This location, with its proximity to freight and Interstate 10, is going to be, I think, competitive nationally. So this sets us us as the City of Tucson in a spectacular position to be able to grow. So thank you all for your work. I want to especially thank the Coalition for Sonoran Desert Protection that have worked together with the Arizona State Land Department and Lazarus Sylvan to really steward our land responsibly and caring for our protected riparian areas. So the twofold conservation approach, as described by Councilwoman Lee, and the thoughtful planning of the site will put us in an incredible place to continue prospering as a community the way it should be done. So thank you all. Congratulations for your work. And I'm absolutely delighted to include hundreds and hundreds of acres into the city of Tucson for such forward-thinking uses. My only question is, whose kids are Cody, Gabriel, and Jay? I'm just saying. Thoughtful, really cute names, but I was willing to bet someone's kids are named that way. Anyway, Mike Chakowski. Okay. Oh, he wants to explain. Yes, please explain to us.
Thank you, Mayor Romero. This is Cody is my 2-year-old nephew, Jay is my 9-year-old nephew, and Gabriel is my middle name. So that's what
Oh,
it
very
came
nice.
from.
Very fun. Well, I'll say to Cody and Gabriel.
I'm voting against it now.
That's why I hesitated telling the names. I wanted to hold off.
To Cody and Gabriel, I hope this annexation makes a huge difference for them too and their quality of lives. Thank you all. Any other comments, questions, or discussion points, observations? All righty, hearing none. Do you need a roll call? Yes. Let's go to a roll call.
Mrs. Lee?
Great job, everyone.
Aye. Mixulick?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dahl?
Aye.
Mix Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham? Aye. Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Items passed by a vote of 7-0. Congratulations, thank you all. All righty, so we move on to item 13. 14. 14? Let's go on to item 14.
Zoning TPENT 012403, Cody, Gabriel, and Jay Annexation District, Pima County, CI2 and RH to City of Tucson, I-1 and RH Ordinance Adoption, Ordinance number 12094.
City Manager's Communication Number 152, dated June 4th, is received into and made part of the record. This is a request by the Planning Center to rezone parcels located at the edges of H2K Pad-45, located north of I-10, east of Houghton Road, and west of Colossal Cave Road. The zoning examiner recommends authorization of the rezoning subject to the recommended conditions. Is the applicant or representative of the applicant present?
It's Cody.
Hello, Mayor. Representing the city of Tucson, staff on that, Mayor Romero, Mike Chakowski.
Alrighty, so I have to ask this question to the applicant or the representative, and you're it?
Yes.
Okay, so are you agreeable to the proposed conditions?
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Yes. All right, thank you so much. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 12094 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 12094 relating to zoning, establishing original city zoning in the area located on the edges of the H2K Pad 45 located north of I-10, east of Houghton Road and west of Colossal Cave Road in case TPENT 012403, Cody, Gabriel, and Jay Annexation Districts, Pima County, CI2, and RH to City of Tucson, I-1, and RH, and setting an effective date.
What is the council's pleasure?
Mayor, I move we adopt ordinance 12094, establishing original city zoning of I-1 and RH and the extension of the major streets and routes designation, subject to the provisions of the pre-annexation development agreement between the applicant and the city of Tucson.
Second.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mixulick? Aye. Vice Mayor Dahl?
Aye. Sorry, I was teasing Paul.
Mix Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 12094 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 15.
Zoning TP MOD 0623018 H2K Pad Major Change City Managers Report Ordinance Adoption Ordinance number 12095.
City Manager's Communication Number 151, dated June 4th, is received into and made part of the record. This is a request by WLB Group and Lazarus Sylvan PC on behalf of the property owner, the Arizona State Land Department, for a major change to the H2K pad, Pad-45. It is proposed to add 3 annexed areas named Cody, Gabriel, and Jay to the pad area and add buffering requirements to the areas adjacent to Acacia Elementary School and Cactus Country RV Park. The zoning examiner recommends authorization of the rezoning subject to the recommended conditions. Is the applicant or representative of the applicant present?
Mayor, members of the council, Carrie Sylvan with Lazarus and Sylvan, representing the State Land Department.
Hi, Terry.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm exhausted.
Me too. Are you agreeable to the proposed conditions?
We are very agreeable and would like to thank staff, particularly Mike Chakowski from Economic Initiatives, as well as Councilmember Lee and Councilmember Fimbres' staff as well, and everybody who has worked on this. This has been a long time coming, and the next set of 3 annexations will be named Riley, Ethan, and Bennett for my children.
Or the Emiliano and Luciana. I wouldn't get mad at that. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 12095 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 12095 relating to zoning, amending zoning district boundaries in the area located at 11,401 East Benson Highway on the north side of Interstate 10 between Houghton Road and Colossal Cave Road in case TP MOD 0623018, H2K Planned Area Development I-1 and RH to Pad 45 and setting an effective date.
What is the council's pleasure?
I move we approve the major change to the H2K pad and adopt ordinance 12095.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Mrs. Lee? Aye. Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Ms. Mixulick?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dahl?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 12095 passes by a vote of 7-0. Congratulations and thank you so much for your work with us. Really appreciate it. Item 16,
Executive session.
City Manager's Communication Number 174, dated June 4th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read the executive session title.
This is an executive session update on legal and litigation matters concerning P and polyfluoroalkyl substances, PFAS contamination, potential claims against the United States and the United States Environmental Protection Agency's EPA emergency administrative order for response action issued to the United States Air Force and the Arizona Air National Guard, docket number PWS AO 2024-10, and is being held pursuant to ARS Section 38-431A3 and A4.
What is the council's pleasure?
Motion to,
Oh, do we want a motion to go into executive session?
so moved.
Second.
Alrighty, there's a motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Let's go into executive session. motion to return to regular meeting, please?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes. Item 17.
Honorable Mayor, I'd ask for a motion that the mayor and council authorize and direct the city manager, city staff, and the city attorney to proceed as discussed in executive session and to advocate and advance the city's interest in the development of a PFAS water treatment plan for long-term solution to providing safe water to all Tucson water customers.
So moved, Your
So
Honor.
moved. Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any against? Motion carries. Item 18.
Adjournment.
Council will stand adjourned. The next regularly scheduled meeting will be on Tuesday, June 18th, 2024 at or after 5:30 PM. Thank you all so much. Have a wonderful rest of your week.